أنا جعت. إيش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر.
أسرع على هواك يا نواب.
رد يا أبو نسب.
كيف صوت العيال؟
معانا.
هنا اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي لأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز.
The round 4 of the Qatar Masters 2024 delivered intense battles on the leaderboard, which resulted in a draw. On board 2, Grandmaster Shamsar Ghassan and Grandmaster Puya Idani battled fiercely but eventually split the point. Both Grandmasters Arkady Naidic and Andrei Sipenko created opportunities to seize victory, but neither could convert an advantage, resulting in a hard-fought draw. These results opened the door for other contenders. Grandmaster Kartikeyan Murali and Grandmaster Bardia Daneshwar took full advantage, scoring victories and joining the leaders' pack. With round 5 on the horizon, we are officially approaching the equator of this thrilling event. Stay tuned for more drama and excitement and follow the action live with our expert commentators, International Master Irene Sukandar and Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan.
Thank you, Angelica, for the introduction and the highlight and recap of yesterday's round. It was such an exciting day for the Qatar Masters Open. And hello, everyone. Welcome back. Today, we'll be seeing round number 5 of the Qatar Masters 2024. Still with me, Irene and Srinath. Srinath, we have 6 leaders in the Open group, in the Group A. What do you think will happen today? Will it be as exciting as it was yesterday?
Absolutely. I think that's one of the features of an open event in general. The players are always raring to get a fight in the games, and I can just imagine that each of them will want to try and go into the rest day with positive momentum.
Exactly.
So I'm looking forward to a lot of fights.
I'm looking forward to all the games as well. Yes, as you mentioned, today will be the round before the rest day. Tomorrow, we don't have a game because everyone is very much needed for a rest day. And let's take a look at the venue today. We have, all the players are seated, and we have a few photographers actually at the venue. And for you who would like to see your favorite players, you can tune in to our stream. You can also see our social media to see of all the pictures, of all the videos that we already provided for you. And if you tune into our social media, we also have every single round, move of the day and game of the day, and a tactic that you can solve. So please do so. Have you followed the Qatar Chess social media?
Yeah, I did. That was the first thing that I did on Instagram as well as on YouTube.
Yep.
And guys, do follow it as well for many different exciting stories from the event here.
Yep.
And I think these things, even if you're not able to be here physically,
Yeah.
it helps you feel that way, it helps you, like when we see the video of the hall, like we just did, and we see different people walking in, you see the big screen, a lot of these little things, I think it helps you feel that you're right here.
Yeah. I mean, shout out to our media team, Kati Sachalashvili and Angelica Volkova, for bringing a personal angle of the players. Because, well, if we want to watch the games, thanks to Lichess, we are provided with all the games in this tournament. But if you also would like to see some, behind the scene or some personal insights of the players, their analysis and so on, you can tune into our social media. And I guess, Srinath, let's also see what we have on the menu today. The pairings for round number 5. We have 6 players with 3.5 points, and those 6 players are playing against each other. On the first board, we have Ishipenko playing against Daneshvar Bardia, and on the second board, we have Sergei Shanshan playing against Naidich Arkady, and on the third board, Idani Puya playing against Karthikeyan Murali.
Yeah, these are the games of the leaders with 3.5, and then we have a bunch of players with 3 out of 4, and starting with the All Indian battle between Surya Ganguly against Arjun Erigaisi. Now, this one's an exciting battle that I'm very eager to witness, a clash of generations of sorts. Surya, a mainstay of the Indian team for a long time, many years, and Arjun, the recent sensation. And then we have Pranesh against Vokido Shamsuddin. Nihal plays against Abdisalimo, and Lodishi against Yakubayev, the defending champion who lost the first round unexpectedly but has come roaring back into the tournament with 3 wins in a row. Haik Martirosyan gives his third experienced opponent for Zemlyansky in a row, third player above 2650. He has played against SL Narayanan and Nihal Sarin in the last 2 games. With the white pieces, now he takes black against Haik Martirosyan. Bharat Subramaniam against SL Narayanan and Salim Saleh against Sankalp Gupta. So these are the top 10 boards. And let's dive right into the action and
Yes.
start looking at the games.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm so looking forward to it. Okay, we'll start on the first board as usual. We have Yushipenko playing with the white pieces versus Daneshvar Bardia.
And it started with 1d4 from Eshipenko, which is not a surprise. He does play a lot of 1d4.
Sorry, but I just realized that I hope Yushipenko was not as hesitant as Ding. I just remembered today's game. And then, were you watching the press conference as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't watch the press conference, but I saw the story where, he said the same thing would happen after Knight of
Yeah,
Three.
exactly.
But not the case with Esipenko today, because his opponent played the King's Indian, and Irene, if you see, even after 8 moves, White never played this move Knight f3. So I think no hesitation for Esipenko,
Yep.
starting with either 1d4 or Knight f3 because it doesn't transpose.
Exactly. So let's see what happens after d4 knight f6.
c4, and now black played the King's Indian defense with g6. Now g6 itself can either lead to the Grunfeld defense after d5 or bishop King's Indian after bishop g7. But after 3 knight c3, White's default developing move going towards control of the center, black indeed went for bishop to g7, going into the King's Indian defense. And after 4 e4 d6, White here has a lot of different options. He can go knight to f3. He can start with bishop e2 with the same idea. Knight to f3 is a mainline classical King's Indian. But in recent times, that is, when I say recent, I'm talking about the trends in the last 10 years or so. White has started playing slightly differently. Now, if we look at the classical King's Indian variations after bishop e2, e5, short castle, knight c6, d5, knight e7, going through quickly. Now, in these types of positions, White plays on the queen side, black plays on the king side, and there is usually a pawn race against both White's success on the queen side and black's success on the king side. But by not doing this and by starting with h3 here, White quite often signals the intention to expand on the king side with g4, thereby simply not allowing black this kind of counterplay against White's king on the king side and gaining space on the king side. And White can afford to do this because with the center closed after d5, it's not so easy for black to access the White king, for black's pieces to access the White king. So for this reason, the center is closed, and then White can either play the bishop to e3 or g5 in these setups. White started with bishop to e3, knight a6, the other bishop went to d3. At this point, Eshipenko seems to be freestyling a bit. He's not quite going into concrete theory, but he has an approximate idea of where he wants his pieces to be. And as I mentioned earlier, the pawn goes to g4 typically in these variations with bishop d3. The knight more often goes to e2 than to f3. And White usually uses his superior space to get to exert pressure on black.
Right. Yeah, there's so many nuances in this King's Indian attack and this type of structure. Um, it puzzled me a little bit because it looks like Black will be able to get whatever he wants because, well, you would like to attack on the king's side. So having this set up, does it make any drawback to White's position, Srinath?
The clear drawback is white doesn't get that kind of activity on the queen side that white normally does. So the game moves, more into a strategic battle where play happens on all three sides, not just any particular side. It's not like white is expanding on the queen side and black is expanding on the king side. But in fact, all three sides are in play. Um, so these uh, these battles are often pitched strategic battles, slow battles, and both the sides take their time to execute their plans. But it also leads to very interesting positions with a high chances of one of the results happening rather than a draw.
Right. I mean, I'm looking forward to the outcome of this game, like how they will play in the middle game, because I'm sure we see Kings Indian, we see Sicilians happening on this round. That will give us quite a game to witness. So, speaking of Sicilian, the next board, on the second board, we have Sargishan Chan versus Naidish Arkady, and they have a Sicilian on the board. So, let's take a look.
Yeah, this one started with one e4. Again, probably no hesitation. Although Shant was more of a d4 player at the beginning of his career, but now I imagine every other top player, he's also expanding and adding everything in his repertoire. Black went for the Sicilian defense. Arkady, very experienced grandmaster. He's played chess for so many years and is capable of playing a number of different systems successfully. Knight f3, d6, d4, the open Sicilian. C takes d4, knight takes d4. And now after knight f6, knight c3, here we saw a lot of games going the knight off way, which is probably one of the biggest main lines in Sicilian defense. Arkady did not go for knight off, but instead he played the knight to c6, going into the classical Sicilian. Now, after the knight goes to c6 in the classical Sicilian, white's overwhelmingly the most popular move is bishop g5, going into the richer Rosa variation. But in recent times, this variation with bishop c4, which was actually Fischer's favorite weapon against all the different types of Sicilian defenses, this has actually seen a resurgence in popularity, not just against the classical, but also against the knight of Sicilian as well. So bishop to c4, black went e6, and then after this, usually white used to put the bishop on b3 almost by default. But in recent times, white just starts with bishop e3, defending the d4 knight and preparing to go queen to e2 and castle long. So that's pretty much what white did. Black played bishop to e7, queen to e2, preparing long castle. Black took the knight on d4 here, and after the obvious recapture, he went short castle. Now taking this knight is also very often a way to prepare the advance on the queen side, the counterplay with a6 and b5. With the knight on c6, this b pawn can't move forward because it's supporting the knight on c6. So first, black takes knight takes d4, bishop takes d4. And now after short castle, white has played the bishop to b3. We have a very fresh position after 10 moves.
Yeah.
There are not a lot of games. And I think both the players are on their own playing over the board here rather than what they remember.
Right, yes. I also like this move, bishop b3, because you also try to anticipate the idea of d6, d5, which might happen when you're playing with black pieces. If you're playing Sicilian, you always try to look the momentum when to play d5. But also, by playing bishop b3, this gives the flexibility for white. I know you already played queen e2, signifying that you want to do long castle, but you can try to confuse your opponent as well. Maybe you just want to scare him off and then you go short castle instead. But both possibilities are welcome in this position. I mean, if I do short castle, I also like the the potential of attacking in the center. If I do long castle, I also like the potential of attacking on the king side. So I love white position in this one.
You should play more Sozin Island. I think the
It
variation
will
will
suit
suit
me,
you.
yeah.
Yeah. There are actually a lot of new ideas there. So I think it has seen a bit of up and down in terms
Yes.
of the momentum of the variation. Fisher played it a lot. It was seen in the Nigel Short Caspro matches.
Matches,
And then Black very successfully learned how to play it. Gary was beating Nigel in a few games, and the variation's popularity went down a bit. And again, in the last 2 years or so, it's seeing a resurgence because there are a lot of new ideas and newer ways to play.
Exactly. Actually, I started out with a Sozin when I was learning when I was like 10 years old, 11 years old, because I think that time it was quite trendy to play Sozin
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah.
But then somehow it died down. Like people stopped playing Sozin and then they tried different alternatives, like the English attack, even the Bishop G5 variation was also slowly dying down, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they came with other variation like H3, for example, or even like some other miscellaneous six move for white. So yeah, but I've seen more and more people are playing this Bishop C4 approach these days against Najdov, against the classical Sicilian like this. So I think, I would like to copy the best players here in the Qatar Masters, because of course they're coming to this round not without any preparation, and so we can actually just enjoy what preparation that they already had beforehand.
Absolutely. And being a Sicilian player myself, I'm actually a little more scared if my opponent plays the Sozin as compared to the other lines, because in Sozin the attack comes much faster if it comes,
Sri,
if it successfully happens.
don't be like Ding. Ding Liren in his press conference always being so honest and revealing too much, I would say. Next time I play you, I know what to play. Since you already said it, since you already said it that you're a bit afraid or you're not comfortable with Sozin. So okay, I'll have your word.
I'll try to just skip the Sicilian altogether.
Yeah, I think we have a move of the Bishop B3. Nedic just played something. We'll have a move soon on our computer. But yeah, this game, I mean, the first board we have King's Indian. This one we have classical Sicilian, and Queen F5 is on the board. It's very typical to play Queen F5 in this type of position, yeah?
Yeah, very typical. It supports a potential b5, b4 push, and in general, it just gets the queen out into the game. So Black can get the bishop out from d7, c6 as well to just develop the bishop and get b5, b4 in and control the center better. And in general, Black is asking White, which side are you going to castle and what are you going to do? Another typical idea for Black also in these positions is to play e5, keep the flexibility, which would weaken the d5 square, but Black might need to play that if White threatens e5 himself.
Right, yes. So now the question is, where will Sargsyan castle his king? To the long side or to the short side?
Which one would you go for?
Okay, which one would I prefer? Good question. Maybe I will resort to the third option. Neither, for now. So maybe I will try to make some useful waiting move, like moving the f pawn probably to f3, because at some point, yeah, I know after e5, you might weaken the d5 pawn, but I just want to eliminate this idea of having my bishop trapped on e3 with knight g4. So, I mean, f3 is anyway useful, doesn't matter where you castle, because you're also preparing for the g4 pawn if you really want to attack on the king side. So probably, yeah, I will play a waiting move first, and I will decide where I castle my king later.
Interesting. I kind of assumed that you would probably go long castle.
Yeah.
This is my instinct that I would go for long castle, because while f3 seems a bit non-committal, in a way it's also committal, because there are two decisions that White needs to take. One is where the king goes, but the second decision that White needs to take is how to advance these pawns on the king side. And for this, there are at least two ways. Yeah, one is you can do it with f4, f5, or f4, e5, basically. The other is with the g4, g5 related ideas. And when you play f3, whilst it provides support to the g4 related ideas, it loses power on the ability to go f4 in one
Yeah,
move.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think that's one drawback of F3. But yeah, you cannot have it all. I want my flexibility, but again, maybe this is the time that White has to decide where to go with the king without
Yeah.
wasting any time anymore. But also, let's take a look also the possibility of short castle. It's a bit have to say a bit simple, but oh, what did he do? He just castled, but to which side?
I think short side.
Looks like it actually,
But
because
for me, it feels against the spirit of the position.
yeah, when you play Queen E2 and this type of setup, you would like to do long castle. I agree with you, but also with this Queen F5, yeah, short castle has indeed was played. But with this Queen F5, Black is kind of almost like a tempo up, because usually we see this position with a6 on the board, but now you are skipping a6, so probably you don't want to deal with all this complexity with all this attack on the queen side, where after you do short castle like this, the next three moves will come very easy for you. You might want to prepare for f4, put your rooks in the center, probably put the king away to h1 so that it is on a sever square, just like a normal Sozin or like the classical Schwenningen type of setup.
Yeah, while I completely agree with you, and you make good points, Irene, about the position itself. Personally, I'm a bit disappointed to see short castle on the board, because I was really looking forward to some punches being traded with kings on the opposite side castling. And also, as an instinct, as a player instinct, personally, I would have preferred to just carry on with long castle, having committed to bishop c4, bishop b3, queen e2, and within this setup in general. But that's I think one of the beauties of chess, that everyone has their own distinctive, unique style, and that allows them to play in many different ways, and all of them are acceptable and gives you a fighting chance.
Yeah, yeah. You're touching that point there. That Tragishan is committed to this one, whereas you, as a person, maybe I don't know whether that's the reference, but okay.
How did it go to that tangent?
Well, there's no limit to imagination. Anyway, I think we can leave this game for a bit, because for the next three moves, of course, it's very critical for both Nadic and Sargishan to come up with their setup. It's easier for White to play, but it's still a game. It's still totally a very early stage of the game in this Sicilian, so we'll keep an eye on it. And meanwhile, let's switch to the next board, also of our two leaders, Idani Puya and Karthikeyan Murali.
Yeah, this one's also looking super exciting, Irene. And looking at the position, you might think it could have come from a King's Indian defense just by looking at the black pieces.
Yep.
But White's pawn is on c2, and the pawns are on e4 and d3, which gives us the idea that it actually came from one e4. But from within one e4, it came from the Italian. And as we just discussed a couple of rounds earlier, there are so many different ways of playing the Italian right now. And after knight f6, d3, the slow Italian, White chose to play the slow Italian. Earlier in this tournament, we have seen games after knight g5, that was Adiban against Shan Sargsyan in the third round. And we have seen many different exciting games. In this one, White went for the slow Italian with d3. Black started with h6. Black didn't go with the bishop to c5, but h6. And I think you just pointed this out in one of the earlier rounds, that with h6, Black doesn't necessarily go with the intention of going g5, g4, But on the other hand, black can also continue with g6. And this has also been seen in so many different games in recent times, particularly, you know, um I remember there was this game between Vidit against Hikaru in the candidates itself, which Vidit won with the white pieces. Hikaru himself played h6, which actually came just one round after Gukesh started with a6 against Vidit in the same tournament in the previous round. So with h6, black also signals intention to go for something more fighting and less solid than the alternate with bishop c5. White, on the other hand, having not yet committed c3, uses that square for his knight. So the knight goes to c3. Eventually, it can eye the d5 square. Black played d6, a4, gaining space on the queen side, and now g6. Black has got the setup that he was aiming for when he started with 3 knight f6, short castle, bishop to g7. Now there are some people who might delay short castle in against such a setup where black has the pawns on g6 and um, potentially with the pawns coming g5, g4. But in this case, white decided to not just castle short, but also play h3 on the next move, almost as if inviting black to go g5, g4. But black has already committed the pawn to g6, and it would be a bit too slow for black to play g6 first and then go g5 later. So black also goes for short castle. White develops the bishop, bishop e3. Black goes bishop e6. And this is the present position that we have right now on the board, with Karthikeyan having spent quite a bit of time to reach here. But I think a very acceptable position out of the opening, given his aim before the game on what position he wants out of the opening.
Yeah, yeah, totally. Yeah, this position, I mean, it's still game on. Uh, there will be so many things going on, but just one approach that was a bit different to what we saw in Arjun's game was White didn't push the a pawn as far as a6. So he stays on a4, just pretty much trying to keep the bishop on c4 alive should there be any knight f5 coming on the board. But that was pretty much his intention with the a2, a4. And now the bishop e6, the next question would be, what would you do? Will you take the bishop on e6? Will you let it happen? Or, I mean, will you just ignore that and then just sit still on c4 until it gets captured? Or would you do something else?
I think here I would stay non-committal. I wouldn't.
As usual.
No, the previous one I was ready to commit with long castle.
Okay.
But here I don't want to take a decision, so I'd let black take the decision. As white, I would make an improving move like a5 maybe, or wait around. And in general, the play for white in these positions is on the queen side and the center, because this is where white has more space. So I don't want to play bishop to e6 and allow black to open up the f file, allow access to knight h4, knight h5, knight f4, and these kind of things, which is again possible way of playing. It's just few different approaches, no right and wrong here.
Yeah.
But I prefer, and I think a lot of players also prefer not to take this decision immediately. We had something similar in the second game of the Ding Gukesh match, I think, where
Yeah, that's right. And that was before today's game, that was the shortest game in the match. Before today's game. But today's game is already setting up a record as being the shortest one in their match.
right. But yeah, learning from Ding, learning from all the other players, I would not take on e6 here right away, but wait for it. But let's see what Idani comes up with.
Yeah, so let's wait for it. So we
It's not an easy decision. Meanwhile, do you see Karthikeyan's his body language? He's literally rocking on the chair, yeah?
Yeah. Unfortunately, at the venue, we don't have the grandpa's rocking chair for the players. Otherwise, they would actually enjoy it. No, because I've seen so many players. they would like to keep moving their body, either rocking their body like that, or usually more common is to do that with your legs, yeah, under the
Yeah,
table, which sometimes could actually annoy your opponent if somehow one of your body parts is
shake
touching
the
the
table.
table. Yeah, right. So I always make sure whenever I do that, I'm not going to touch anything while, I keep shaking my legs. I don't know, it's just to play with my nerves maybe, or also to have some a little exercise during the game. But yeah, it's really interesting to see players' body languages here, because sometimes we can tell something as I speak about it. I'm moving my legs under under the table subconsciously. So yeah, that's really like chess
Yeah.
players' habits.
Happens so much. I also noticed Gukesh doing it during the match, and when he's shaking his legs, the neck rest in his gaming chair also vibrates alongside. So that's if I was his opponent, I would, observe all these little things and get an indication of how he's feeling about the position.
Right. Okay, so we have covered three main openings in chess actually. The first one was King's Indian, the second board was Sicilian, and here Italian. Uh,
He's taken it.
he's taken it?
I
So
think so,
bishop
yeah.
takes e6, yeah. He
Yeah.
he took the bishop, f takes e6, and knight e2.
Simplifying the position, yeah.
Yep.
Makes sense. In a way, it makes sense that for white, the plan potentially becomes clear now. He puts a knight on g3 and then goes for d4 either directly or assisted with c3 first. Black, on the other hand, for me, knight h5 seems to be the natural response to knight e2. Not just to improve the knight's position and open up the rook, but also to discourage white from playing the knight to g3.
Yeah, I think, I can say 100% it's going to happen,
Right.
because I literally don't see a better move than knight h5 in this position. Knight g3 is there. I mean, you also want to have some initiative around the king side, and I don't think there's a better way to start it with than knight h5.
Completely agree.
But let's also move to the next board, because before the stream, you were saying that you anticipated this game so much because it's going to be very interesting. It's between Surya Ganguly versus Arjun Ergaisi.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a chat with Surya before the game, and yeah, he was like, yeah, against Arjun, we don't actually need any lights, because because Arjun will actually see play the chess without seeing the board. But here, I think in this video we can see that Arjun is so focused. It's a bit different to his playing style on the other days. He's so focused. He's looking at the board very carefully, because I think what's happening on the board right now is a position that's coming from a knight of Sicilian.
Mm-hmm. Bang on, correct. It did start from the Knight of Sicilian on the first six moves, and Surya staying true to his openings. He continued with he repeated another English attack. So this is what he used yesterday to win against his opponent on the fourth round, and he repeats six bishop e3. Arjun probably saw that, he tried to target him, so he went e5. Knight b3, bishop e6, f3. Yesterday, Surya's opponent played the pawn to h5.
Yeah.
Here, Arjun starts with the bishop to e7. Now, in this position, h5 is the most popular move. Bishop e7 is the second most popular move. So it's not entirely a surprise. White continued with queen d2, and black played h5 now. This is a little more out of subtlety, but it doesn't change a lot into the structure that white goes, which he went into yesterday. He after bishop e2, knight d7, he played his knight to d5, and after bishop into d5, he takes d5. This is a very similar structure to what Surya got in his game yesterday, with the exception that black had played the pawn to g6, and he played knight b6, knight into d5, taking the pawn on d5.
Right, yes.
But here, Arjun goes for a completely different approach. He didn't play the pawn to g6. He has the bishop on e7, which he committed quite early in the game. And now, after queen c7, rook to c1, he goes for h4. gaining space on the king side and preparing for his knight to go to h5. And then this is followed up with the pawn coming to f5 a couple of moves later after castling shot. And now white goes b4. Now, what surprises me is the speed at which Surya has played till now. He's spent less than 8 minutes in the first 17 moves so far. But it doesn't seem like he's following the theory, because the games stopped about 3-4 moves ago, the games on that position. So it seems like he's concretely on his own, but he understands the concepts in the position. He wants to go c4 next and break with c5. White plays on the queen side, and black gets usually expansion and initiative on the king side. And Arjun is probably trying to figure out how he's going to do this on the king side. But yeah, there are neither a lot of games in this position, nor is the engine shouting enthusiastically towards white's position. So Surya's speed does surprise me a bit.
But I think what Surya is doing here is just he's following this setup, right? This pattern with b4, c4, and then this is like half Sveshnikov type of structure. If you remember the line, right?
Right.
It looks very similar. I mean, the way you approach this game is just you have more like majority attack of the pawns on the queen side, and then you just being hopeful that attack is going to be succeed. But on the other hand, this type of King's Indian counters, like from queen side and king side, it's also very interesting to see. It looks like, I don't know actually, even though the computer says it might prefer black a little bit, but this is still pretty much game on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely game on with all three results. And objectively, I think the position should be about 0.00, indicating that all three results are possible. I'm not surprised with Arjun spending so much time being in full focus, especially given how some of his earlier games have gone in this tournament, where he was completely lost. He managed to survive. And Arjun, who is the first seeded player in this tournament, has not just the first prize of $25,000 at stake, but more importantly, his chances of qualifying to the 2026 FIDE candidates through the FIDE circuit. And Fabiano is playing in St. Louis right now, and Fabi is very close to winning the tournament. With just a draw, he's going to win the tournament. And right now, Fabi is number 2 and Arjun is number 1. But with that win, Fabiano will take the lead and be number 1 in the FIDE circuit.
Exactly. Yeah, the tournament that Fabiano is currently playing has only one game left, and we will see the result of that tournament very soon, actually in the next few hours. So that will change the leadership of the FIDE circuit points a little bit, which you will talk more about that in the interview later. So let's also, I think, switch to the other game. What do you think? Because Arjun is taking his time right now. It's a very complex game. I totally agree with Arjun to spend more time here, because this is one of the critical time for Arjun on how to start the attack, or maybe he should actually pay more attention on the queen side first. There's so many things to do here, and probably getting the other rook into action. But then also there's a question where to bring the a8 rook, whether it is on the queen side or somehow you transfer it to the king side. So there's so many questions, so many things that Arjun has to work on right now. Meanwhile, on the next game, we will see another Sicilian position. It's between two of the two talented players, very young, Pranesh, who drew against Arjun just yesterday, and Fakhudov Samsudin.
Yeah, Irene, good spotting of the opening and another exciting position. This also began with the Sicilian defense, which we seem to have a lot this round actually, so far. And here white started with knight c3, which is usually the pathway towards close Sicilian. But after e6 and knight to f3, the game went towards the open Sicilian. a6, now with d4, white's left no doubt at all that it's going into the open Sicilian. C takes d4, knight takes d4, queen to c7. And here white went Queen F3. Now you play this with black quite a lot, Irene. Have you seen this move Queen F3 yourself?
You know what? I think I want to admit I played it myself, but accidentally. I think I mixed up my own variation because usually you play this queen after bishop e3, right?
Right,
And then
right, right.
and then there was this trendy line of queen f3. Okay, at some point I just mix it up. I don't know, maybe it was some online blitz or something. I played queen f3 myself, and then I was like, oops, I think it has to be after bishop e3. But then somehow magically I transposed to what I wanted.
Wow. But I don't think Pranesh was in any confusion because when he played Queen F3, after Knight F6, he didn't follow it up with Bishop E3, but with G4. Very clear with his intentions. And when Black stopped his advance of G5 with H6, he continued on with the Bishop to F4, attacking the Queen. After D6, the threat is E5, creating a fork, which actually was possible in this move as well, but it wouldn't have won anything because white will just calmly move the bishop back and the bishop on g3 pins the black queen on c7. So um, black started with d6, a less committal move, bishop to g3, and the bishop stays protected. And now instead of putting the pawn on e5, black put his knight on e5, starting with knight b7, long castle, and knight to e5, attacking the queen. Pranesh again simply steps back with queen e2. He's not worried about black taking the pawn on g4. If black takes with the f knight, generally you don't want the knights protecting each other like this because when one knight gets hit, the other knight also gets hit and white wins a piece. On the other hand, if black took knight e into g4, then white would simply get excellent compensation. Once again, f4 would be quite strong here. And apart from f4, I'm sure white might have certain other options as well to um, play for an advantage here. So um, maybe just start with f3 and then play f4 and then go for e5 related ideas. So for this reason, black stayed far away from taking the knight on taking the pawn on g4 and instead went g5. Now we saw that this move f4 was creating problems for black in all these different variations. So g5 does exactly that. It prevents white from playing f4. It summons this knight on e5. The knight has an outpost on the e5 right now because white cannot play the pawn to f4. I mean, white can, and it's not technically strictly an outpost, but for practical purposes it is, because for now if white plays f4, black can capture this pawn. So the knight is cemented on e5. Cemento, as Peter would say.
Yeah, interesting. What I also like about this position is they are already on their own. Maybe there's some preparation beforehand by Pranesh, but I don't think he was predicting move by move like this. He might actually already had some experience of this position, of this variation, but pretty much on how to keep to keep playing on and what is the typical ideas and so on and so on. But I can already tell from the video, they are already on their own. They are playing their original moves. So it's interesting to see this type of battle because already how many moves? Like 10 moves or 11 moves being played. It's all out of preparation already.
Yeah, that's well pointed out, Irene. In about 10 moves or so, we see a lot of games going into a completely fresh direction. And we have a lot of talk about how chess is getting exhausted and everything is getting worked out. But apparently there is still a lot of avenues, at least in a tournament like this, with young grandmasters at around 2650, 2700 playing against each other. There are interesting and exciting games being created every single day. And Shamsuddin Wukido is, he plays on the fourth board for the Uzbekistan team. And he's someone who has been very hard to defeat from our team. In the last 2 years, we have played each other several times, and he's been quite solid for the Uzbekistan team. And it's curious, his opening choice. Now, when he wants to be solid, he usually plays something like the Berlin, which is something that he has played more against the higher rated players. And against Pranesh, here he chose the Sicilian defense. Within the Sicilian defense, again, Vokido has quite a few different options. He has played the classical Sicilian, he's played, and here he's playing the Taimano Sicilian. So it also gives a window of the decision making of Vokido, that he really wants a full-blooded fight in this game, and he's backing himself to try and win today.
Yeah, yeah, totally. Yeah. Um, it's also nice to see like so many young players playing in this tournament, and then and I could see some of them they're actually not playing according to what they're already prepared so much, but rather they want to experiment. And I think this is the perfect tournament for you to do such a thing because they are onto a journey to get invited into like a closed tournament, invitational tournament. And I think I know Arjun also does the same thing too. Like in the open tournaments, I can see that he sometimes experiments a lot in his opening choices. And then when he goes into, let's say, a closed tournament or like Waikanze, for example, you can see that he's more very solid in his opening choice. But here he would like to try this, try that, and then it shows on his game today against Surya Ganguly. Actually, we have some moves coming in on their game, and it's very interesting approach what Arjun has decided on the game because it take a little bit different turn of what I actually expected before.
Yeah, let's go there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, H4 and Rook G8 on the board in the Shamsuddin game, and I guess Pranesh will open the H file, play the pawn to F3, and it's going to be a very, very interesting game ahead. Now, going into the Surya Arjun game, we were at this point after F5 B4, and here Arjun has gone with H3, Irene.
Yep.
Is this what you are pointing towards on the exciting developments?
Yeah. I was not expecting that H3 would be played that fast because it feels like the next move, let's say you play G3, since you don't have, I mean, black doesn't have a light square bishop, that H3 might be a liability. So I believe, how many minutes did Arjun spend for this move actually? Because for such a move, you have to calculate precisely. So he spent about 12 minutes before playing H3. And I guess in such a position, you should be ready and you should be brave to take such a risk. Because if I were Arjun, my first candidate moves would be about to play, let's say, Rook C8, for example. I don't know what it's going to do anyway. Or playing Rook E8, maybe, Rook A8, so that I can play Queen D8 back and then play G5. I don't know if this pawn push is something that I would like to play eventually, but along the line. But H3 here is very interesting because you're not waiting anything. You tell your opponent to decide something about the defense around the king.
Yeah, and if we look at it concretely, also, I think we can understand why exactly Arjun did play H3 at this point. Now, white, of course, it would not be desirable to take on H3 because of how much it shatters the pawn structure. And you can see the computer bar immediately signaling its disapproval.
Yep.
So, the logical response is to play G3. But here Arjun is probably intending to just carry on with F4, undermining the white's kingside pawns, attacking the G3 pawn and the E3 bishop simultaneously. White will probably need to play bishop F2 to keep them together. And I have a feeling that Arjun may have seen something here which convinced him to go into this direction. Now, exactly what here, I still haven't figured out, but I understand that this is the direction that we should first look towards.
Yeah. Now after I look H3 happens on the board, it feels like the last move by Ganguly here, B4, looks a bit loose. Like it feels like you should have done something else than B4. Although of course I understand that you just want to counter this position on some attack around the queen side. But yeah, we can see that it feels like after H3 white is suddenly in trouble, you just have to come up with all the precise continuation. Otherwise, I think you might be losing on the spot.
Absolutely. And Irene, probably after g3, f4, bishop f2, here black's powerful move is e4, sacrificing another pawn.
This is I like. This is what I like. Yes. Wow. Okay. So let's take the e4 pawn just
Yeah.
to demonstrate the idea.
Yeah, this would be again the most natural response from white. And now f takes g3, attacking the bishop and the pawn, but mainly the bishop. Now, if you take with the pawn, then black has rook into f2. King into f2, rook f8 check. The king moves, and now after queen b6 check, the queen comes invading in all the way to f2 and checkmating white's king.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Very concrete. So that's something that white shouldn't do. But after e4, it's really hard on how to play on that position, because if you don't take e4, this e4 e3 might happen, and then there's a fork for the queen and the bishop. But what else? Can I take on f4? It looks very ugly as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking on f4 at any point, either now or on this move, is I think something that white would try and not do it, because especially after bishop f2 e4 happens, after g takes f4, black can just simply respond with knight into f4,
Yeah.
then bring the bishop to g5 next, and this knight comes to e5. This is one of the biggest advantages of pushing e4. And black pieces are coming in like a tsunami, yeah, literally. Like the pieces are rushing towards white's king. And white's king simply does not have enough defensive infrastructure right now to be able to protect itself.
Yeah. So what I can see from this position is maybe white has to come up with another alternative. It might be a little bit of an overstretch, but can I play f4 in this position?
Interesting. f4 attacks the h5 knight, so I'll need to move it, and let me move it in a way that I also do something useful.
And I think I have to be also I have to take the knight. I think the knight is very strong.
So bishop into f4, e takes f4, the only move.
Yeah, and now I can think of moving my bishop, or I should just take the pawn immediately. Okay, let's take the pawn. Queen takes f4.
Yeah, taking the pawn is, I think, sensible. But in general, I would stop at this position. And if we look at the evaluation, one is the dark squares. It's an opposite color bishop middle game. The amount of dark square control that black has, I think it's just too much
Yeah.
for white to handle. So the queen can go to d8 and prepare bishop to g5. This knight comes to e5, and this queen either can go to d8 or to b6 in certain situations if the b4 pawn can be captured. And in general, white simply does not have similar hold on the light squares. Like if this knight was on d4, then yes, white would have good counterplay.
Yep.
But right now, it just feels like black is just simply
Simply
ahead.
better, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Well, okay, so Surya here is taking his time, and he's outrightly so, because this position is very dangerous. If he fails playing the right move here, then yeah, the position is just going to be even better for Arjun. So can I ask you, what is the best reaction here for white?
So I'm not entirely sure, but I had a look with the computer like a couple of minutes ago, and I think the computer solution is to just ignore it, let black take h into g2, and do your own stuff. Like for instance, maybe play something like c4 here. Let black take h into g2, and it's okay. It's better than getting your position open with f4 or e4. At least the black spaces are not coming in this way. And you continue on with your things as white. So c4, h into g2. Here I'm not entirely sure if you take king into g2, but If you do, then there is sometimes option to play king h1, rook g1 and operate on the g file on your own. And meanwhile, come back knight b3, prepare c5 and open up the queen side, business as usual.
Yeah, yeah. I think I like this continuation better for white because it feels like, yeah, you have to ignore your opponent's idea and you rather focus on your own idea. Play c4, and this has been your original intention anyway, to attack the queen side. So we can leave this one for a bit, and I think I'd like to switch to the game between Salem Saleh versus Sankap Gupta. It's on board 10 because from the look of it, it feels like the game has been simplified a lot. I don't know whether it is a very well-known preparation. Srinath, can you tell us more about this opening?
Sure. So this one began with 1 d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, and now bishop b4, the Nimzo Indian defense. Against the Nimzo Indian defense, white has a lot of different setups. White can go queen c2, knight to f3, and the Samish setup with f3. These are many different setups, and apart from that, what white played in the game with e3 is the Rubinstein variation within the Nimzo Indian defense, which is something I'm personally quite fond of with both the colors because it leads to a very interesting strategic imbalance. Like we see in this game, after short castle a3, bishop into c3 check, b into c3, white gets the pair of bishops and black gets the better pawn structure. And this usually leads into a very interesting strategic fight. Now here black played c5, challenging the center, bishop d3, d5, further challenging the center. And in general, in the Rubinstein variation, since a lot of these pawns are on the dark squares, one typical strategy of white is when black challenges the center with c5 and d5 is to try and open up the center. So with this logic, white plays c takes d5, e takes d5. The knight goes to e2 for now. Black plays b6, trying to trade the light square bishop, white's good bishop, which is not hindered by its own pawns. White castled short. Black played the bishop to a6, mission success. But white, on the other hand, although he trades his light square bishop after dc5, bc5, bishop into a6, knight into a6, does not allow black to bury the dark square bishop in under his own pawns, but opens it up with c4. Now with this move c4, this bishop goes to b2. It challenges black center in this case. It makes black's pawn structure undesirable. Now if black took the pawn, then white just goes queen to a4, attacking the a6 knight and the c4 pawn simultaneously, and white will get the pawn back on the next move. Later the bishop goes to b2 and white solves one of his strategic problems. So after c4, black chose not to respond but instead go rook b8, covering the b2 square for the moment. White takes control of it with queen c2, preparing a potential bishop b2. Now black takes on c4, queen takes c4. To note is also that Sankalp was probably out of book somewhere early in the opening. In fact, after a3, he already started spending a couple of minutes for bishop into c3, and then for c5 he already spent 8 minutes, whereas Salem was playing much faster through the opening moves. As you can see, the timestamps being highlighted with each move next to the players' names. Salem was playing fast, Sankalp was taking a bit more time, and when it reached the middle game after c4, Sankalp probably came up with rook b8 on his own. White played the queen to c2, still having a reasonable time advantage. D takes c4, queen takes c4, queen to a5 by black, bringing the queen into action. Now Salem goes rook to a2. This was probably one of the first moves where he spent considerable amount of time, spending 9 minutes. But rook a2 is a sensible move, taking the second rank under control and devising ways to develop the dark square bishop, which is the only undeveloped piece in white's camp. Black played rook f d8, and now white opens the bishop with simply playing e4. Now the bishop has the freedom to go wherever it likes. Black has played knight d7, and this is the live position that we have right now. It has simplified to an extent, but there's a lot of life, lot of imbalance. Firstly, the imbalance in the material, bishop versus knight, and in these positions, the bishop is slightly more favored, and we also have a considerable imbalance in the pawn structure. Black has the c5 pawn, which is a passed pawn, but it's also a potential weakness. It can be, it's dynamic in the sense that it can be a weakness or strength depending on the position of the white's pieces and the black's pieces. So based on all these factors, there are a lot of interesting imbalances in the game, and these are all strategic imbalances, so they are set to stay for a long time. I think we have a very interesting fight shaping up.
Right. It's a little bit different type of fight compared to other positions that we've been covering, especially the game between Surya versus Arjun. But Salim has been playing his moves very confidently here. This is the type of his position. I just like his style, when he is needed to play some tactical, some game with a lot of combinational visions, he's good for it. Like what we saw on the second round, I guess, or the first round, when he played almost like a perfect chess from start to finish. And
Right.
and this one as well, it's a little bit calmer compared to that game that he already played. But this is totally his style. He likes to try or to get his slight advantage little by little, and then somehow it's getting there to be a victory. But yeah, after knight d7. Which position would you prefer here, Srinath? Would you rather to have a bishop or a knight in this position?
I prefer the bishop here, without the question. I think white is actually slightly a little bit better in this position due to this being one of the factors. What about you, Irene?
I generally like bishop too, but this position, it feels like black is more ready because all the pieces are already active. And for white, the rook on f1 still, unsure where to go. Maybe it's actually better to stay on f1 because otherwise the back rank could be a bit shaky there. But it means also that black is just playing with all the pieces and it's ready to attack to knight e5 maybe, or knight b6. And somehow if you get your knight to either of those squares and then you allow c4, then it's a pawn on c5 that might actually decide the course of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. The pawn on c5 will play a major role in how the game shapes up. And like you pointed out, it's absolutely true. Black does have good piece activity right now. So in terms of short-term factors, the knight is heading towards the d3 square. So as white, I will try to, develop energetically with maybe something like bishop f4 to begin with, attacking the rook on b8, but also taking the e5 square under control, and then slowly start bringing my pieces into the game. And the problems that you pointed out in white's position, it also has solutions which are, I think, possible to execute in the next few moves.
Right, so yeah, it looks like it's very balanced, but yeah, I believe this position offers a lot of nuances. It can be, a combination between positional understanding and some tactical visions, or yeah, pretty much a little bit of both, because you cannot just approach this position with just some understanding out of the where to put the pieces and everything like that. You also have to try to find some ideas if there's any possibility for any of the sides to attack or to even sacrifice something. I mean, at least that's my type of thinking. I always like to find if there is still some possibility to sacrifice or to attack in order to get more material on the board, or even to get a checkmate.
Always looking for the attack, yeah? Always looking for the initiative.
And that's why I think my favorite game of the day is Surya Ganguly versus Arjun, because Surya already decided what to do with the pawn on h3. We were a bit hesitant on that move before, but Surya played it. G takes h3. So Surya decided, hey, this pawn could be the problem in my position, especially around my king. Let me eliminate it. But this will come with a cost. And what is the cost, enough?
The cost is this exactly, the shattering of pawn structures on the king side, the opening of the king. The king has no pawn cover on the g file. And thirdly, looking at the position concretely, I'm very tempted to go for this idea right away, Irene. f4, bishop f2, and now sacrifice the pawn with e4. The threat is e3, so white probably has to take on e4. Now I go f3 myself, attacking the bishop. The bishop moves away. The bishop can even either go to d1, d3, or f1. And let's say I put it on f1 so that the bishop is protecting the king side points a little more. Then as black, I put all my pieces on these dark squares. So knight to e5, the other knight to f4, then potentially queen d8 and bishop g5, and all these threats coming in. So although black has sacrificed 2 pawns to get here, it's a lot of strategic compensation. And I would say as black playing this setup, going into this pawn structure, this is kind of the dream scenario where, you have opened up the f file a bit. You have the e5 square for the knight, the f4 square for the other knight. The bishop can go to g5. This is the exact kind of piece activity that you aim for when you go into this setup as black. So I have to say that at this point, after g into h3, which has happened in the game, I feel like it's advantage black.
Yeah, advantage black. That's how you announce it in tennis. Or advantage ergaisi. But still, it is still advantage. And even in tennis, this is not game set. You still have one more point to prove. And that might be changing the whole course of the game as well. But here, if we looking Arjun in the video, looking away, possibly calculating,
looking at us.
looking at us, right? I think even if I were in front of him and then waving at him, he wouldn't actually notice that anyone was there because I think
because his mind is somewhere else.
Exactly, he's deep in thought, and this is just his pose. This is his way of thinking. And we've seen also Gukash does that, not looking away, but instead just closing his eyes, meditating in the middle of the game. So I like how the young players these days, they have their own style compared to the old generations, when it is very much a default position to have your both hands over your head, just like what Kasparov did many of his games.
Right, absolutely. And Arjun, deep in thought, he's the one who has been spending more time. And interesting pattern in Arjun's game so far. In the 4 games that he has played, he has 2 wins with black and 2 draws with white. Normally, starting with white would be an advantage. It's considered an advantage. But recently, Arjun has been having more of these black wins.
Yep.
And it's not just the wins with black, but also the positions that he's getting out of the opening. He seems to be getting good positions for black, regardless of which side he's playing on.
Yeah. But for you, for your personal preference, which color would you like to play better? Like
For sure, white.
For sure, white. Yeah, me too. Yeah, but for some people, apparently, especially for the top players, when they are playing against other opponents who are just happy to get a draw, and like Arjun, of course, as the first seeded in this tournament, everyone would be happy to have a draw with him. Doesn't matter what is the color, right? So it's more challenging for a top-rated player like Arjun to come up with an opening that is sufficient enough, if you want to play for a win or if you want to play for a draw.
Absolutely. But Irene, now that you point this out, I would say that's one of the fun things about playing against Surya. Now, Surya wouldn't try to make a draw with white even against Arjun or even against Magnus.
Yeah.
And that's exactly why, when I looked at the pairings, I immediately thought, oh, we're going to have a fight on this board and it's going to be a fun game. So I guess Arjun will also, enjoy playing against an opponent like this, against whom he's guaranteed to get an interesting fight rather than someone who would try to kill the game.
Yeah. I mean, Surya is very known, and also Surya is a very, how to say, like he's a coach himself, right? He has this chess program that he's running regularly every month, so that his approach to the game is, I would say, very unique as well, because Arjun at some point of his life was a weaker player than he is right now. And then for a coach, it's very easy to understand the characteristic of your students, of your pupils. Just like you, for example, even though by rating that Arjun is higher than you right now, right?
Right.
But you coach him at some point of your life, so even though he's getting stronger and stronger, but you could actually sense which direction that he's going to play in his game, or what type of game that he would like to play.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's absolutely true. But I think the opposite is also true. And Arjun has also, spent quite a bit of time with
Yeah.
Surya, also discussing chess as friends do between each other. So Arjun might also have some knowledge about Surya's way of thinking. I remember in the 2022 Tata Steel Challenges in Vacancy, um, we were, I think, almost the only Indians. There was Arjun, there was me, I went with Arjun, and Surya. I think we were pretty much the only Indians in the challenges there. The others were playing in Masters. And in Vacancy, there are usually two different hotels. And this being COVID in 2022, the peak of COVID, we were all in lockdown. And in our hotel, it was pretty much us hanging out with each other. We used to play these board games with each other. There was this game called Salim, and Surya is very fun with these kind of things. He has these board games like Salim and Avalon.
Avalon,
And
yeah.
yeah, have you played Avalon with him?
He tried to get me into it. There was this, we were playing the Grand Swiss in Riga, Latvia. I think it was 2022. And then for all the participants, because in Grand Swiss everyone was like invitational based, yeah, everyone was invited. So in Riga, we had the top floor as the playing ground for the chess players. Well, we have the chess sets there,
Yeah.
but we also have all sort of board games. And that was, I think, the first time I tried myself on Avalon, and then he was trying to get me into it. And yeah, it was complicated, but yeah, I mean, for like a tournament of 2 weeks, of course, you didn't have much things to do. And that time was still COVID. We live in like a,
Bubble.
like
Yeah.
in a bubble. We couldn't get outside, so we just hang out among each other. So yeah, I can totally understand what you were saying about Surya with his board games.
And apart from the board games and the fun time with each other, we are also discussing quite a bit of chess. So
A
Surya
bit,
was
yeah.
showing,
Just
sorry?
a bit of chess.
Yeah, just a bit of chess. And Surya was, showing all his little secrets at that time. This was 2.5 years ago, so I think it's safe to reveal some of them out. And one of the openings that Surya showed as black at that time was this one: e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, and f5. This one, which we were discussing yesterday, the one that Prak played against Vidit.
Yep.
And when Surya showed this to Arjun and me at that time, this was a completely brand new opening. This was 2.5 years ago, the start of 2022, almost 3 years ago.
Yep.
And literally no one had played it at that time. And Surya showed it and he was like, this is a very exciting idea. And with Arjun, when you show him something, anything in chess, he absorbs it like a sponge absorbs water. And he immediately used it in a game of his couple of months later to win in, I think, the national championship with the black pieces. So, yeah, I mean, we are just talking about the different ways of how Surya and Arjun have interacted with each other and how they, know about each other as friends. And in the candidates, when Vidit faced this, I was also curious because Surya was actually one of the proponents of this variation as black initially, and Surya was helping with it for the candidates. He was coaching with it during the candidates, and the weapon kind of came back to his protege.
Right. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Thanks for sharing the insights because it is very interesting on how, the prodigies are working with the older generation, and I can see the how like the mechanism between these two. That's a very fruitful and productive collaboration. Yeah, because you can take on their experience. You can also for Surya to Arjun, you can also try to get this creativity that the younger generation has. But
Yep.
yeah, I mean, just mix experience with creativity and a little bit of engine, and you'll get Magnus.
Yeah, you talk as if you're making Powerpuff Girls.
With all the powder, yeah, you just mixed
Yeah.
it, and then somehow you get one of those. And
Arjun has made a move
I
and
think it
he's played bishop
was
to h4.
bishop to h4. Ah. And let's see if the eval bar agrees with it. No. So apparently what you showed before with f4 and e4, I think that could be, the better idea to come up with.
Yeah, but I just had a feeling that Arjun might not play that because Arjun hates giving up pawns without seeing why. He hates, he doesn't, he needs to see. I think you also mentioned this a bit earlier. When you give up something, you want to understand what you're giving it up for.
We're still talking about chess, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. But he already has given up a pawn.
Yeah, so here he can see he has his pawns shattered and access to the king. But on the other variation, maybe it was not clear for him how immediate and apparent the composition was. So maybe that's the reason he didn't go for it. And also I can understand from Arjun's point of view, it's not quite clear the subtle differences in the computer evaluation between what he's played and what we earlier discussed. Bishop h4 also seems a very valid way to keep the initiative going.
Yeah,
He can
definitely.
continue on with rook f6, for instance,
Yeah.
or even play f4 and trade this, dark square bishop, which is the better bishop amongst the two bishops that white has. So bishop f2, trade this bishop, and
Hang on, don't be too fast. Maybe in this position, can I give another pawn? I feel like my queen is a little bit too misplaced there. I'd like to move it to queen d8, but then there is knight takes b7.
Yeah, no, I thought about this, because I'm not sure if I would be so worried about knight into b7 as a human.
And queen
Because,
g5?
yeah, exactly. Queen g5, king h1. The problem is this queen being on d2. It doesn't allow us to play this knight g3.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the saddest part about this thing.
Yeah, and it feels like also the knight on d7 is still out of play. And then when you only have three pieces like that attacking the king, it doesn't feel enough, right?
Right.
But I think the right approach in this position is to be a bit patient. Don't do like what I just did. I just gave too many pawns like that. So maybe you're right. Just bring something in. Probably, yeah, after f4 here, then maybe you can just now simply take it so that you don't have to think about this bishop anymore. And maybe you can slow bringing your rook and then your knight. I mean, you're still a pawn down, but I love black's position here. I don't feel that I'm a pawn down actually.
Right. Absolutely. Because on one hand, the pawns are doubled, but on the other hand, the pieces are also uh, quite active, and I think quite well placed actually, quite strong. The only problem I would actually, prefer to not even have these pawns because I want my knights here, not my pawns.
Yeah, knight e5, knight f4, it would be
Yeah.
just a dream, right?
Yeah, piece
Yeah.
activity.
But okay, we have rook f1 on the board, and again, for already a few moves ago, the position has been quite critical for both colors, for both Surya and Arjun. So I think let them think for a while. Meanwhile, we are going to take our first break. Things are just getting started. We'll circle back to the top 10 boards from the 1st until the 10th letter with Srinath. So don't go anywhere. We will be back shortly after the break.
Thank you for that smile on your face. Sunny. Thank you for that beautiful grace. Sunny. Thank you for the sunshine bouquet. Sunny. Thank you for the love you brought my way. Now the dark days are done and the bright days are here. My sunny one shines so sincere. Sunny, I'm so true. I love you. I love Sunny. I love Sunny, I'm so true. I love you.
أنا جعت ايش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر.
أسرع على هواك يا نواف.
رد يا ابو نسب.
كيف صوت العيال؟
معانا.
هنا اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي الأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز.
Qatar Masters gathers top chess players from around the world here in Doha, the Pearl of Qatar. Tournament started by the game of the future Grandmasters. "250 participants are divided into two groups, A group and B group, from 44 countries. The total prize fund is $108,000 USA, from which the winner gets $25,000. Our broadcasts with expert commentaries have more than a million views in the social medias. Here the tension increases every second and the winner will be determined at the last moment. Qatar Masters 2023 is over, but it was an amazing run for the chess players and also great for the chess fans to watch all the games. We have seen a lot of excitement, some of the upsets, sacrifices, blunders, checkmates, and all of this that we love to see.
انا جعت. ايش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر.
عشرة على هواك يا نواف.
رد يا ابو نسب.
كيف صوت العيال؟
معانا.
هنا اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي الأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز.
Welcome back, everyone, to the fifth round of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open, the last one before the free day tomorrow. And Srinath and I were just discussing about the games that are happening today, and so many Sicilians happening on the board. But also, we're going to take a look one of the Kings Indian games, and it is happening on the first board between our two leaders, Yushipenko and Daneshwar Bardia.
Yeah. The super exciting Kings Indian and the super exciting Sicilian. You know, these are two of my own favorite openings, and they have such a profound influence across generations because they've also been the favorite opening of many past legendary world champions. Like Fischer played the Kings Indian and the Sicilian. Gary Kasparov played both the Kings Indian and Sicilian. Now, Magnus was not quite a practitioner of the Kings Indian defense. He turned to Sicilian from time to time, but I mean, Gukesh is not yet a world champion, and we are not sure if he will be. But he also started with the Sicilian and the Kings Indian defense for a very long time.
So, are you saying that in order to be a world champion, you have to master these two openings?
Well, I'm not sure if you have to, but I think it's a very useful weapon to have in your career, especially the Kings Indian defense as black, because the computer generally favors white in its evaluation, but there are so many nuances and subtleties for a human to, be able to outplay your opponent. So I think Kings Indian defense is definitely one of the very useful openings that any young player can have in their career when they are growing up.
Yeah, I think it's also because these two openings offer kind of very different approach from one to another that makes you more familiar with any certain of positions, right? Because in chess, it's not only about the openings, but also how you keep playing on in the middle game in many different type of position. Just like now, it's if you asked me beforehand whether it was coming from a King's Indian position or King's Indian opening, I wouldn't have guessed that this was coming from King's Indian.
Absolutely, Irene. You have nailed that point. It's very important also to be familiar with different early middle game structures and piece placements and openings with strategic complexity like the King's Indian allows you to get familiar in many different situations. Now, looking at where we left this game, the game between Yushipenko against Daneshwar on the first board, we were looking at this point, bishop to d3, short castle. And here I was explaining how white goes for this new age approach with the pawn going to g4. So black does not have this typical initiative against white's king with the kingside pawn storm. But on the other hand, black gets certain nice outposts on the queen side with knight d7, the knight going to the c5 square, knight f3, knight d c5. Not the a knight. This knight can potentially go to b4, or for now it just supports this knight quietly from the corner while the bishop on c8 has been opened up. Rook g1, preparing against black's f5 to open up the g5, and here black went c6. This is a very useful pawn break. Now black has two pawn breaks in these types of positions.
Yep.
One is with f5, the other is with c6. With white being really well prepared against the f5 pawn break, black goes for c6. And pawn breaks in general are very important in opening up avenues for the pieces.
Yeah.
So once we finish our development, I think the next thing to look for is pawn breaks in general. So c6 played by black. White goes a3, taking the b4 square under control, potentially preparing for a b4 pawn break later, but for now just making a useful move. C takes d5, knight takes d5. The white knight is well placed on d5, so black neutralizes it with knight to c7. White politely refuses a trade. The white knight comes back to c3. The black knight goes to e6, eyeing these weak squares d4 and f4. Bishop to c2, knight f4. Black occupies one of these squares. White goes h4, the h3 pawn is attacked, so he moves that pawn. And now black strengthens the c5 knight with b6. What are your thoughts about this position as it stands, Irene?
Okay, so, well, the first thing that I always note is about my king. So this position, black is already castled and white has the king still in the center. So I guess we know where the direction of the game will go. As in, I mean, especially for black, black would always try to attack the king, and also you cannot do any short castle. So if the king is somehow castled, it has to be on the long side. So that knowledge gives us some time to prepare any possible attack on the king side. So b6 already played on the board. I assume it's because you want to give more space for the bishop to attack the c4 pawn, and then or the b7. But since I always, try to get something around the king, so I think I'd like to play bishop a6, rook c8, and so on. And now having this position, my inner dragon Sicilian is somehow coming to alive, So I feel like I'm very comfortable playing this position as black compared to if I'm playing it as white.
That's a fantastic explanation of the finer points in the position. And also, I completely agree with you. I would also prefer to take the black side in this position due to all the reasons that you just pointed out. A safer king, nice spaces for the pieces. And as we were just talking a few minutes ago about the glories of the King's Indian defense opening, I think this game is already this middle game position is already a perfect illustration of why this was the case.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Yeah. And also, well, I mean, I'm just happy to convert this type of position into some sort of opening that I'm very familiar with. And also, when you see this pawn on c4 and e4, we talked a little bit about Maroxy yesterday, but now we have those set up on the board. And when you still have a light square bishop, usually it's a weakness. But I think with the positions of the knights being on c5 and f4, it is very important to keep the light square bishop on the board, because usually in this type of Maroxy setup, you would you would be happy to trade it off. But Yushipenko is about to play a move, and a4 is on the board. I don't feel.
A4 or b4?
Was it? I think
Should be a4, yeah. B4 is a blender.
Yeah, b4 is a blunder. So yeah, a4 is on the board. I don't feel comfortable for white after this move at all.
Yeah, absolutely. He's blocking everything on the queen side. So this means no pawn breaks on the queen side for either white or black. And for white, it's not quite clear where he's playing towards because of this reason. He can put the pawn on b3, queen on d2, castle long, and exert pressure on the d6 point. And but meanwhile, at some point, black will want to open up the position with the f5 break. And when that happens, for the moment, it seems like black is better placed for the opening up of the position.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. So I think my guess is white somehow has to survive having the king being on the center. I will not feel safer having the king castled. So I'm not sure what I can expect from Yushipenko's last move a4. Like, what is his intention after this move? If you can come up with some ideas.
I think he just wants to close it down on the queen side, not allow black to play a4 himself in the future, but mainly to close it down on one of the sides and prepare towards his long castle, taking the king safe towards this point. He sees that black cannot open any lines against the white's king if the king goes to b1, for instance, because with a4 he has closed down any possible pawn breaks for black on this side. And then for now, if you look at white's prospects in this position, On the king side, he's not going to be able to create any breaks or attack the king because his pieces are simply not well placed for that, not prepared for that. On the queen side, there was not much potential in any case, so he closes that side for the moment and he prepares to try and exert pressure on the d6 point. But before doing that, he blocks off any possible operations for black on that side.
Yeah, I remember I was commentating in the World Cup last year. Daneshvar Bhardiya managed to set a record of having the longest match. It was against Alexander Grischuk.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah.
it
I
was
remember that one too.
it was a tie-break game, and I
Mm-hmm.
thought as a commentator I would have a short day at the office, but he has proven me wrong because it was the longest game, and I think they played for like 10 games in the end until one of them actually won a game because we didn't have Armageddon. Yeah.
Ah,
Whoever
yeah, yeah, yeah,
whoever
yeah,
wins
yeah,
first,
yeah.
yeah, he proceeded to the next round. So they kept drawing their games, and then at some point in a very, very tough match against Grischuk, he managed to win the first game.
That's actually a very impressive achievement because
Yes.
Grischuk is one of the finest players in general, but even more so in the Blitz format.
Yeah.
He's been one of the finest players. He brings in vast experience, and Daneshwar he's fairly young. He was not even rated 2500 when I saw him in the first time. This was in the 2022 Olympiad, just 2 years ago. He was playing on the fourth board for the Iran team, and at that time we felt like, oh, Iran has a weak fourth board because of the rating, and this is a spot that we can target. But just 1 year later, in 2023, he had already reached close to 2600s,
Yeah.
and he was such a solid fourth board for Iran. And with Parham on the first board, Amin Tabatabai on the second board, Idani, who's quite experienced on the third board, they were just looking for this one young player who can come in and fill their team. And with the fourth board, Daneshwar was such a useful player for them.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I think it's the Iranian chess, they never have any shortage of
Young
prodigies, yeah,
talents.
of talents.
Yeah.
Yeah, they even, their team is even going to be stronger with Ali Reza was still in the team, of course. But yeah, even with Ali Reza, the team itself is very solid, and then with Daneshvar Bardia in it, it's just making it stronger. And
Absolutely.
here is the proof, actually, right? Ishipenko is one of the best players. He used to be 2700. Okay, he's coming down to 2662, but still he's proven to be a 2700 class world-class player before.
Absolutely.
And then in the position, it looks like white is a little bit inferior to black's position.
Definitely. Although the bar, I think, shows around 0.00, in terms of practical play, I feel that it's definitely easier to play for black in these types of positions, and that also gives black the momentum in such situations to control the direction of the game. So I completely agree with you, Irene, that I prefer black's position a little more at this point. But having said that, it's not at all going to be easy to defeat white from this position. White's position has a lot of defensive resources, and white is not even worse objectively. So we are going to have, again, a very interesting game here. It's going to go for a considerable time, and it's too early to forecast any particular result.
Yeah, totally. And I guess we can also switch to the next one between Sargishan versus Naidic, because what is the queen doing on a6 there?
Well, the queen had to go to a6 because we last left at short castle. Here, black played b6, which is a very common move in these types of positions where you haven't committed a6 and b5. The pawn goes to b6, the bishop goes to a6. And there has been quite a few games in this position, although they were all old games before 2000. But there has been games, the ideas themselves were not completely unknown to humans. But here, white's move, knight to b5. Now, this was a new move in the Leech's Masters database. It's a new move not just in the Masters database, but in the entire Leech's database containing all the online games ever played on the server. So, knight to b5, a new move, but also a pretty decent move by white. It just doesn't just advance the knight, but also creates a c3 square for the bishop. The bishop can go to c3. The knight itself can go to potentially c7. And this is the exact reason why the black queen had to be forced to the a6 square. Bishop to b7, bishop c3 attacks the queen. The queen has to go to a6, which is a bit of a sad, lonely corner at the moment. And now, with the queen out of action, white chooses this moment to open up the position with e5, attacking the f6 knight and preparing to bring the queen to e5.
Right, yeah. The type of position that I would like to have in my game if I were playing against a Sicilian, because I like this type of attack with your pair of bishops, having my queens, my pieces active. I just have to somehow incorporate my rooks, but for the time being, there's no need to do that. And knight e4 has just been played by knight h, so he refused taking the pawn on e5, but instead he moved his knight forward, because I think I can understand. The bishop on c3 is a very nice, it's a very nice bishop. So that's why you just want to trade it off if you can.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. But I also now understand White's strategy all along, and it seems to be vindicated by the position that he's gotten so far. Black has had to spend quite a bit of time. He has only 26 minutes remaining for 24 more moves. So that's just a little more than 1 minute per move. And after e5, knight into e4, White can potentially continue with e takes d6 here. But okay, the computer doesn't like it. So maybe I should make less moves and let the players make the moves.
I mean, that move is very natural to make.
Yeah, it's a
So
very natural move to make. But so my intention was, if black takes knight into d6, then we have queen to e5, or potentially there are stronger moves here as well.
what
Queen to
about queen
g4,
g4?
exactly.
Yes.
But apparently, after e takes d6, black need not take knight into d6, the natural continuation. But instead, then what's the move? Do you just take knight
Knight
into c3?
c3, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to take with the pawn, but
Bishop takes d6.
yes, this is what I missed. That the queen on e2 is vulnerable. It's undefended. It's pinned. So this is one of the factors that we have to take into account, and one thing that black is basing their strategy on, that this c3 bishop needs to be neutralized, and black can in fact do that in a lot of these scenarios. So with e takes d6 eliminated, rejected by us, and the queen cannot move outside this diagonal because it has to defend the b5 knight. So then what? Oh, he's already gone bishop b4, pinning the e7 bishop and protecting the dark square bishop, which actually we just saw why it's important
Yeah.
to do this.
Understandable, very understandable. I think, yeah, I would totally play that move if I see it. Yeah, that's a problem sometimes in chess, right? After
Yeah.
you finish your game, you're like, oh, I didn't see that move. Had I seen it, I would have played it. And that is one of the case. I mean, but this move, bishop c3 to b4, I think it's rather simple. Yeah, I think it's not very hard to somehow find this move on the board, because it serves all the purpose. You run away from the knight, you also give more pressure on d6. So yeah, I think I like this move. And then next, maybe if somehow the d6 pawn is being protected, you can keep bringing your pieces, your other pieces, maybe rook a d1 or rook f d1, or yeah, things like that, or even f3, just kicking the knight away. So probably, what do you think is going to happen in this position? Knight c5?
Yeah, knight c5 makes sense. No, but knight c5. Yeah, right. Again, I missed that after e takes d6, you can just take with the
Yeah.
bishop.
Yeah.
But here, maybe bishop c4 is the problem. So I attack your bishop, and I also have threat of knight to c7.
Yeah, you're right. Queen a4 though. I mean, I still have at least one move left after bishop c4.
True. It doesn't immediately kill the game off, but I continue with a3,
Yeah,
and
and the
then next
queen,
move.
yeah, the queen is trapped. Yeah, this is what I don't like with the queen being on e6. It looks like the queen is so trapped. You can lose it at some point if you're not very careful.
Yeah, and I must say all credits to Shant for actually putting black in this unfortunate situation. It started here, this move, knight b5. He spent 16 minutes for this move, but to me, this has been such a profound and strong move by Shant Sarisian. And This forced the black queen to a6. Black spent quite a bit of time for this move bishop b7, but still he couldn't find a way to solve all the problems related to it. And after e5, knight e4, again black spent about 12 minutes for this move. Bishop to b4. Black is again deep into thought. Now, normally in chess, when you spend considerable amount of time for one move, like let's say 15 minutes, usually the next moves flow a bit faster because you have calculated those moves. But sometimes when the position is difficult and your opponent keeps setting you problems, you're kind of forced to take more and more time for each move. And this is what is happening in the case of Naidish in this game. He's been set some very difficult problems. He's under some serious pressure.
Yes.
And so far, White has conducted this game beautifully from a strategic point of view.
Yeah, not only about the position that Naidic is being under pressure on, but also the time. So Naidic is far behind in time. Now 23 minutes left for the remaining 25 moves.
Yep, 25 moves and just 23 minutes left.
Yep.
Now, of course, you get a 30 seconds addition for each move. So, I used to play quite fast as a kid, and we used to play a lot of these games without increment when we started out. So when we played this 40 moves time control or different time controls, at some point I used to have this habit of just playing this move and looking at my opponent's clock and keep looking at his clock and try and put pressure on time.
Psychologically, yeah, because it also invites your opponent to check his own time,
Yes,
right?
psychologically, but also, increasing my eagerness to win on time.
Right.
And without increment, of course, people used to get into these very desperate time scrambles. And I also had this habit of, calculating exactly how much time my opponent had when they started having these games with increments. So if you have 25 moves remaining, that gives the opponent an additional 12 minutes because 30 seconds for each move.
Yeah.
And so it gives about 12 more minutes if it was a game without increment. So in effect, it's like about 34 minutes remaining for Arkady now for the 25 moves he has remaining,
And
which is not a lot of time.
And he just played something. We'll see the move soon on the board. It could be
Bishop c6.
Yeah, it could be bishop c6. Yeah, you want to get some air for your queen because otherwise it's being so stuffy there on a6.
Yep. Absolutely. Bishop to c6 played by Nanish. I think a very natural reaction. And from White, maybe Bishop c4 is a similarly natural reaction.
Yeah.
So Bishop c4 is possible. White can also play the pawn to a4, and also the pawn to c4 is possible. I think all these three moves are definitely moves that White can consider here.
Yes. Wow. Okay, this is such a battle. But also don't forget we have another board. This is our leaderboard as well. It's between Idani Puya versus Kartikeyan, and the game has been simplified a lot to the last moment that we left it off.
Wow. This has simplified so much that we really need to see how this came. We were last at this point when we were talking about commitments in this position. And
Right.
White took bishop into e6, f takes e6. He played the knight to e2, and black did play the knight to h5 as we anticipated. Now White played c3, preparing the d4 break, but black beat him to it by playing d5 first. White went knight to g3 anyhow, which makes sense. And black played the knight to f4, the knight occupying this good square. Now White started playing on the queen side with b4, black started playing on the king side with g5. White played rook to e1, and this is where black began this mass simplifications with d takes e4, queen into d, first knight into h3 check.
Very, very clever there because the knight on f3 will hang after g takes h3, queen takes d1, rook takes d1, and rook takes f3.
Yep.
Oh, this
And
is actually what happened on the game, yeah?
yeah, exactly. And by doing this, he has won a pawn. Now, of course, Idani would have seen this combination involving knight into h3 check when he played the rook to e1 here after 17 minutes of thought. As you can see, the timestamps near the players' names below the board and above the board. So rook to e1 played after considerable thought, and black also took his time weighing the consequences of this decision. going into this endgame. Although white has lost a pawn, white has a bit of better piece activity. This rook can go to d7. Black can defend it with rook f7, but white can replace it with another rook coming to the d file. And this rook can also join d7 soon. So this is one aspect where black gets compensation. Another aspect is the general unfortunate future of this dark square bishop of the dark square bishop on g7 of black. This bishop is also blocked by its own pawn, so it is a bit restricted in its mobility, and these factors give white compensation, but it's not clear if it's just limited to compensation or if white has something even more. So yeah, um, let's actually make a couple of moves on the board and see how it goes here. Let's start with rook d7 first. Rook to f7 by black. Rook e d1. And here, I think it's already not such an easy decision for black on how to continue. I would say rook a f8 is something I would commonly play, intending rook into d7 and rook f7. But here, white has some bishop c5 related ideas which prevent black from doing that. If I do it right away, then black can take on d7 and play the other rook to f7 with a tempo. So how white can subvert this is by starting with b5, attacking the c6 knight, forcing it away, and then playing bishop to c5. So when black does a similar operation, rook into d7, rook into d7, rook f7, white has rook d8 check, and white has managed to invade into black's camp. So against rook a f8, this is one of the potential problems that black runs into after b5 and bishop c5. And
Sorry, I think in that position, can you, okay, on that note, can you try to play a more submissive move like after b5 knight b8 so that at least you can cover d7 with your knight and then you cover the d8 with your rook so that the other rook will not be able to come into the back rank?
You absolutely can, and this does take care of the invasion to d8. But after rook into f7, the unfortunate placement of the b8 knight allows white to play bishop into a7 with a tempo, taking back the pawn, and it does not give black time to block this bishop with b6 because the b8 knight is hanging.
Yeah.
So this is the drawback with the knight going to b8.
Right, yeah. So even though it is a pawn up, but the compensation is enough for white, yeah? And then white can have all of these ideas, especially around the back rank. And also the bishop on a3 is already eyeing towards the a7 pawn, so black has to be careful not to be in the position where the material is balanced, but the position is a bit inferior.
Absolutely. You summed it up perfectly. And after rook into f3, this is the current position that we have right now. And here, I think white has a few different ways of setting black problems. One of them is this idea with rook d7 and rook d1. But let's see what Idani comes up with here.
Yeah, and meanwhile, I think we can now come back to the game between Surya Ganguly versus Arjun Erigaisi because I can see it on my screen. Arjun has played the ideas that you mentioned before, Srinath, with this pawn push to f4 and to e4. But of course, the difference is now there is no more dark square bishop that you can try to fork on e3.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no dark square bishop. There was a rook on f2 though.
Yep.
But Surya took that queen out from d2 to d4. And we should also point out that after we left at this point earlier, Arjun started with knight f6, and here Surya started his counterplay with c4. So he was not just sitting back and letting Arjun do his stuff, but he hit back with c4, so that after this whole operation from black, the strategic operation, e4, queen to d4, black supported it with rook e8. Now white played the pawn to c5. So whilst black has these pawns on e4 and f4, connected passed pawns in the center, I mean one projected passed pawn and connected pawns in the center, white is also trying to hit back on the queen side one pawn on c5, potentially c6 coming in, and creating open files on the queen side and creating weak pawns for black on the queen side. So now Arjun has further intensified his operations on the king side with rook to e5 being the last move. And yeah, it's fire raging in two different parts of the board.
Yeah, exactly. But I think it's very important to note here. I don't think his intention is to capture the pawn on d5. You basically don't want to let your opponent's pieces to be more active, and therefore there's bishop c4 ready into action. So I think Arjun's intention is just to bring the rook to the g file. You slowly try to attack all possibility around the white's king. First, maybe you can give a check, and secondly, I think the pawn on h3 can be also the next target of attack with the queen moves later on. But I just like how Arjun plays this move. It's very principled. You centralize your rook. The last time he played a move like rook e5, it was a winning move and made his opponent resign. But obviously, this is still far from ending the game. But if you already made such a move like that, historically speaking, you feel like, oh, this was my winning move. Let me play it again.
Absolutely. Yeah, similar aggressive play from Arjun here. In the spirit of Sicilian defense, in the spirit of people like Caspro, Topalo, who have wielded the Knight of Sicilian quite successfully over the years. Especially Gary Caspro, of course Bobby Fischer before that, but Gary Caspro, who was the world champion for a large part of my career as a player, and also the world's strongest player. He has had such a profound impact on, I think, how the future generations
Yep.
play. And we have learned from all these legendary players. And that's what we are seeing being passed to the next generation as well.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I mean, this game is very interesting for me, but I think we also have to note that the young Pranesh is having a better position against Fakhrudin Shamshiddin on the next board. So let's take a look what's happening on their game.
Absolutely, Irene. This is also a super exciting game, and about 10 minutes ago, when we were looking at the second board game between Sargsyan and Naidish, I noted that this move e5 was happening at two boards simultaneously. So we had it in the Sargsyan game just now, 10 minutes ago, but it was also happening in a slightly different circumstance. We left it at this point after rook g8. Pranesh played f3, and quickly going through and seeing how the current position came, black went bishop d7 intending long castle, queen to d2 improving the queen's place, b5 intending b4, white blocked it with a3, rook to c8, which is a committal move. It says that the king is going to be in the center, both the rooks have moved. White played the bishop to e2 developing, queen to b8 intending knight c4 and opening lines against white's king, knight b3 with the threat of bishop into e5 related ideas, opening up the d file, knight c4 takes, and as if the knight on b3 was just there to provoke knight c4, the knight came back to where it originally was on d4. Queen b7 with the idea of rook b8 attacking the b2 pawn, and this is the moment when white played the pawn to e5, not just attacking the f6 knight, but also intending to bring his dark square bishop to e5, which controls the b8 square. The knight was attacked, it moved to d5, knight into d5, queen into d5. And now with this queen successfully lured out of the b file, white goes queen to c3, setting up discovered attack threats on the d file with ideas like knight f5 in the air. Black took d into e5, the pawn that was he was getting. White moved the knight back to e2, attacking the queen. The queen moved back all the way. The e5 pawn was taken. The light square bishop went to c6 and later to d5, well placed in the center. But after h into g5, h into g5, rook to e1, bishop e7, this is the present position that we have right now. And as the evaluation bar shows, and something which I also agree with, I think black is in some real danger here. Because black's king is stuck in the center. Black has moved both the rooks once, so he cannot castle and oh, knight f5.
My favorite move happening on the board right now. Oh, I got excited. Wow, as you speak, that was actually going to be my next question about why white was better. But then you explain it yourself that yeah, the king is still in the center, it hasn't castled yet, and all the white pieces are ready. And what I noticed is, and it's very important for especially chess beginners, right? You have to connect your rooks. And the only player here that's connecting the rook in this position is only Pranesh. And therefore, after knight f5, your two rooks are disconnected on c8 and g8. It's very hard to make some sort of collaboration between these two. And I think white is just enjoying the party right now. It feels like Pranesh is trying to redeem himself from the draw against Arjun yesterday, where he should have gained more than a draw.
Absolutely. And Pranesh is just, I think he's just doing what comes naturally for him. He's just, playing this aggressive and also one more impressive thing about Pranesh's play is the speed at which he plays. Now, Arjun in the previous round, Wokido in this round, these are players who play quite fast themselves. They are usually the ones with more time. But Pranesh is having more time on the clock than these players, and I think that's I think one of the most impressive aspects in his play so far that I have seen. The other aspect is that he also plays in a very enterprising way. He always brings something interesting on the board. So it's a combination of speed combined with a combination of this new age dynamic play. And it's a very dangerous and potent combination, which even the best players in the world seem to be struggling to cope against in the Qatar Masters so far.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I like how he plays a lot. Yesterday we saw a spectacle game between him and Arjun, and today he's ready to take down one of the best players in the world. Fakhrudin Shamsuddin is really in trouble.
Yeah, he's really in trouble. And as I was mentioning a bit earlier, he's been one player who's been difficult to beat for the Indian teams, the very strong Indian teams in the last 2 years. But Pranesh is staking his claim by playing such a wonderful game, and it shows what an impressive achievement it would be. What an impressive achievement it already is, just putting Wokido in such intense pressure.
That's true. That's true. Yes, yes. And okay, thankfully for Fakidov, the time situation is not really in trouble right now. He can spend as much as he wants, but again, even though he has another hour on the clock, yeah, this position is very hard to defend.
Yeah, it's very hard to defend because it's not a time problem, but I think it's more of a position problem and a king problem if I can get more direct.
Okay. Meanwhile, we have some updates actually on the game between Surya Ganguly versus Arjun Erigaisi, because I see the central pawn on d6 has been
Traded.
traded. What's happening there?
Well, Arjun, so he played the rook to e5, Surya defended with rook d1, and Arjun took on c5, Surya took queen takes c5. Now, I think Arjun will move his queen to d7, like you pointed out when we thought about this position on the previous move. Attack the head. Oh, he goes f7. He swings
Queen
a bit
f7.
further. He's like, I'm not going to go after pawns. My target is directly the king.
Yeah, yeah, I like the spirit. I like the spirit. And here, although Surya is in trouble, but he's very experienced in this type of position. Now, after Queen f7, the next move I think is gonna be like
Knight to c4. I mean, I wouldn't say Surya is in trouble. I think the position is still quite
Dynamic,
double-edged.
yeah.
Yeah. With all three results possible. Because if black's attack fails for some reason, if white is able to parry it, then it will be white who emerges with his head above the water more than black.
Right, yeah. Yeah, this is one of the situation where you have your winning chances right now. You have your, I would say, like the temporary winning advantage, which you have to seize it until the end. Otherwise, once you lose the momentum, it is only white who is better. White has a pass pawn on d5, and white has more pawns on the board just simply by counting the material. So I think Arjun has to play precisely here with his attack, not to be simplified by Ganguly. And you just have to keep the game alive.
Yeah, Absolutely. And meanwhile, Irene, do we have an advantage for Salim in his game against Sankalp, which we saw a bit earlier?
We can take a look at that one and see what's happening there.
Oh yeah, so it seems like Salem has made some significant progress. The last position that we saw around this point after knight d7, White did indeed play the bishop to f4, attacking the b8 rook. Knight b6 played by Sankalp, attacking the queen. Queen to c1, rook to c8. And now Salem just starts with his. He doesn't need a second invitation to bring his pieces near the opponent's queen. Yeah, I think that's one thing you both have in common. So he goes knight to g3, the knight heading towards f5, queen a4, trying to, blackmail that knight by looking at the pawn on e4, but it doesn't work. Salim just goes for knight f5, saying that if you take my pawn on e4, I'm just going to play knight to d6 and fork the queen and the rook.
Yeah.
Black sacrifices the exchange, although I'm not really sure if he intended it quite as a sacrifice, but it seems like the position already got too dangerous for black here. So he spent considerable time, 12 minutes for queen into e4.
Yep.
But he gave up the exchange. Pawn to c4, his passed pawn being his best hope now. But the knights on b6 and a6 not quite looking so great. And White now starts to bring his rooks into the play. First rook to e1, attacking the queen, pushing the queen a little bit back. Then the other rook coming to e2, occupying the e file, and both these rooks are also active now. There is the back rank weakness. Black, for this reason, cannot capture the bishop because of rook e8 check, and black at least loses a queen. So he plays the pawn to h6 to clear this back rank weakness, and this is the present position that we have. What are your thoughts, Irene?
Sorry, I was imagining random things. Like, for example, no. My random things is it going to be winning for White if you just imagine everything was taken out from the board, and then you are left with only two knights like this without the pawn on a3. So imagine everything is left out, like both two rooks, bishop, and then the queen and the rook. So black will only have two knights, and then white will have one queen, and then you put the knight on c8, the other knight on c8, and the knight on b6, and then don't do anything. Where is the win in that? So probably you just have to push all the pawns on the. I know it's so random, but I cannot help somehow the thought crossed my mind. Maybe you can play by pushing all the pawns on the king side and then bring your king as well. But I was thinking, is there any chance for black to create, some fortress like that? So, but maybe not because we still have 3 pawns on the board. That's
So,
very.
just since we are on the topic, so in that position, White probably, since the A pawns are there, right?
Yeah,
So in
but
this
no,
case,
you eliminate a3 pawn as well. So
okay, so if
because
you eliminate,
that's a very important pawn for white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
if the A pawn was there, White can just play the
Yeah,
pawn
just
to,
keep playing the pawn, yes.
queen to B4 and pawn to A5. But since it's not there, but okay. Also, I think we're getting a bit carried away now.
Yeah. I'm carried away with the thought. But anyway, okay. Focus on this one. H6. It solves the backrank problem right now because there's no more checkmating attack on the E8. So now the bishop is under attack. Where will you go with the bishop?
So normally I would want to bring it to C3, but I'm not really sure if the bishop might be safe there. But we'll only know if we try. So we can afford to do that. We can afford to move things around and see how it goes. Bishop e5, I guess the problem is black has knight to c5. This knight comes to d3, and there's no good way to, defend against the knight coming to d3. So an important point is to cover this c5 square, and therefore the bishop has to stay in a position where it covers it. Bishop e7 doesn't feel great to me, so maybe I'll try bishop to b4. Also not a great move according to the computer. So it's not in such an easy position.
No, it's not. But I can try. I can try to bluff you, Srinath. I'll play queen c2.
It might actually be a very strong move. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's a pretty strong move.
Okay.
It's more than a bluff because this bishop on d6 it does such a fantastic job controlling the black's pieces that
Yep.
if you can find a way to not have to move it, then it's probably pretty powerful and maybe Salem might actually play this queen c2.
Yeah. I mean, I just like to put my pieces into active squares, and maybe next move, if white allows, I mean, if black allows white to play queen f5, you just put everything in that direction because your rooks are set up, and I don't think there's a really bright hope for the pawn on c4 to keep moving forward because at some point, after queen f5, my next move would be rook e7. So I'm already starting to attack the king with the pawn on f7. So that's my way of thinking.
Yeah, it's pretty powerful way of thinking and scary for the opponent. But yeah, so let's see if Salem finds this. But I think it's not so difficult for him, seeing that how much common you both have in your thought process.
But believe me, he's a much stronger player than me. Okay, I think we also would like to check other games. They are relatively calmer games than what we already saw, especially on the top four boards. But also, let's update ourselves quickly on the game between Lodici Lorenzo versus Yakubov. It's Italian, so it should be Chi, right? Lodici.
Yeah, I
Like
think Lodici. Yeah.
Arrivederci, Okay, so Lodici here, I think on the first round he lost to a very strong female player.
Yeah, I also
Kamdenova.
remember this. Yeah,
Kamdenova.
yeah, Kamdenova.
Yeah, Kamdenova won against him. But then after the first round loss, he bounced back, and then 3 wins in a row, and now we are on the round number 5.
Yeah, so both of them have won their last 3 games in a row. Both of them are they scored a hat trick.
Oh, that's true.
But this position, it seems like potentially neither of them might win, yeah, because it seems like a very solid position for both the sides. For white, it's very solid, good pawn structure on the king side. The knights well placed on f4 and d4, and in general, the pieces are all well placed. Black with this move a5 is creating an avenue for potential chances. Now he's the one with the bishop, which is long term, a good thing from a positional point of view. But and this bishop combining with an outside a passer, in a lot of cases, this can be a very effective combination. But white has, I think, enough resources at his disposal to be able to neutralize that, and therefore it seems to be canceling each other out, the strengths of both the positions.
Right. Yeah. This one looks very calm and could be, potentially very instructive in the end game. When you were talking about the collaboration between the bishop and the pass pawn, yes, in many cases, they can become very successful. But meanwhile, I was looking at this position, Raja Ritvik versus Pranav, and what am I looking is black losing a piece soon?
Wow. Yeah, black is losing a piece, but Pranav must have thought something, for against this. Pranav is also someone who's quite tricky, and but I mean, maybe rook b8 is the only move, yeah.
But rook
I don't see
b8
anything in the position.
Rook b8, I think you just take, yeah? Take and then push a7.
Yes,
And how do you stop the
yes,
pawn?
yes, absolutely.
And if rook a6, maybe you just rook d8.
Yeah.
You take on a7, take on f8, and which one would you like? A mate or a rook up?
Depends on my opponent. But I can take the rook because of queen c5, rook e7.
Oh, that's true. You just go for the mate
Yeah,
then,
so in that case, I would go for the mate.
Okay. Yeah, go for the mate, and yeah. So I don't see any follow-up actually. This might be one of the first top boards to finish.
Yeah, and it's actually not quite clear what Pranav missed in this game. But it seems like white has played a very nice game from the opening, and around this point, He had a slight edge already.
Oh, rook
And
b8 is already on the board, by the way.
so I think we will see Been to E6 and A7 on the board.
Yeah,
I think
so.
it's going to end pretty shortly,
I
this game.
think so too. I think so too.
Wow, powerful game by Ritvik Raja, one of the young upcoming players from India, one of the many young and upcoming players from India. Also good friend of Arjun Erigasi, and his opponent V Pranav is also super talented, young and upcoming. Just 2600, just 19 years old, already at 2600, and the recent winner of the Challengers tournament in the Chennai Masters.
Yep. And I was just looking at Raja Ritvik's performance here in the Qatar Masters Open. He's been undefeated so far, and if or when he wins this one, it's going to be his third victory in the Qatar Masters Open.
Yeah, pretty impressive play so far, and you can see in this game he has actually taken his time. He's spent a good amount of time and played strong and precise moves, but he still has to do some work in order to finish it off. Yeah, we can't write it off until it's over.
That's true.
He took rook into b6 also on the board.
Yep.
Now I guess a7 should follow pretty soon. And after rook a6, rook d8, maybe he'll take just a couple of minutes. Pranav also, had this unique thing about him that he actually used to play till checkmate in his games until some point. Even when I played him about 2 to 3 years ago, I think in 2021, I played against him, and he used to play till checkmate, but not in an annoying way, not like stalling on time when he has a losing position or
Yep.
something of that sort, but just play till checkmate like a proper with the proper sportsman spirit.
Yeah.
So he's also known as Buddy Pranav. He played in the same club as Magnus Carlsen, the Offerspiel chess club in the 2023 European Club Cup, and he performed so brilliantly there with some very important upsets, and I believe also a draw against Jordan that Magnus was like he made some tweet about this.
Oh, by the way, rook d8 instead of a7 was on the board. But what's the difference if I play rook b8 right now?
Then I can take your b8 rook and then play the
And then
pawn to
play
e7. And he's
a7.
resigned.
Yes, okay. Wow, okay, we landed on this game on the right time then, because yeah, it's a nice game, yeah, and the finish line here is also very instructive. So okay, congratulations for Roger Ritchie.
Good
He's
spot,
he scored 4 out of 5, so very good performance, and without any loss.
Absolutely. He goes to 4 out of 5, and I think he'll go into the rest day in a pretty good mood in general. So, yeah, that's one of the early results. Meanwhile, a quick update on some of the games that we have been seeing. So, the game between Salem and Sankalp, in which we were just on, White did indeed play Queen to C2, as you pointed out, Irene. And Black has responded with the Knight to D5. Now, this game is in a pretty interesting point, but I think White is clearly better and is definitely a favorite to go forward. Maybe Queen F5, as you suggested, um, even with the threats of Queen into C8, but in general, putting the Queen in a better square. But yeah, I think we can conclude here that White is the definite favorite, and Black is the one defending and trying to make a draw. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Would you like to update the game on Pranesh versus Vakidov? Because after knight f5, there have been some moves coming up on the board.
Yeah, after knight f5, Black went rook to g6. Just he's already in defensive mode, and he guards his important f6 square. White went rook to d2, just slowly, calmly improving the position. And let's note actually that what happens after e into f5, just out of curiosity.
I think you just want to put the bishop on f6. You're pressuring this bishop, but also maintaining the pressure on d5. I don't know actually f6 or d6, but You just want to pin the bishop on e7.
Absolutely. And
Maybe
just for illustrative purposes, what if I block with bishop e6?
you put me on the spot, Srinath. I'll just take the f5 pawn.
Yeah, let's.
But I think there's a huge difference between bishop f6 and bishop d6 because with bishop f6 there's rook c7, so maybe bishop d6 is more precise.
Mm-hmm. See, this is why I ask you these questions when it involves attacking and checkmating the opponent's king directly. So, e into f5 was not possible for this
Yeah.
reason. He played rook to g6, and now white can ignore the black pawn on e6 because after rook d2, it doesn't really improve his chances for black to take e takes f5. So he goes rook d8, and now Pranesh plays knight into e7, transforming the game into a middle game with the opposite color bishop.
Yes.
It's a transformation of advantage. Black, for now, he's holding solidly and he's like, yes, I accept that I have a bad position, but show me how are you going to win? How are you going to break through?
Yeah. Now it is I think I would like to somehow put my bishop on a different diagonal. It's just looking good on e5, but I don't think it actually does anything on that square. So if I can put it maybe on b4, it would be better. But for the time being, trying to think whether I should put more pressure on the d file or maybe I should just go with the queen, like queen f5, bishop c3, bishop b4, something like that.
Yeah, exactly. When you said I like the bishop on b4, I found that this is actually a practical way to bring the bishop to b4. You just need to, move the queen, and there are two ways. Yeah, now either you can come from bishop c3, bishop b4, or you can also do it from this diagonal, bishop d4, bishop c5. But Pranesh can do all these things, and it's not so easy for black to defend because this g6 rook is kind of stuck on this side, and this rook on d8 is protecting the d5 pawn. The queen on e7 also can't really, go to anywhere where it can do something useful. So he can play the queen to e3. He can bring the bishop to this diagonal. He can also play the rook to d1 to exert more pressure on d5, and he should be patient in these kind of positions. He should take his time. Ultimately, like you said, if we can get the bishop on this diagonal.
Sorry, Smirnov, but as you speak, I was actually thinking of the move that Pranesh just played, f4, whether it is a good move or not, because I like everything to move forward, break open like this. But on the other hand, positionally speaking, there's no reason for you to activate your opponent's rook. So there might be some drawback after this move.
Completely agree. I completely agree with you. And I didn't even finish saying that he should be patient in this position. Yeah. And he immediately opened it up with f4. But maybe he's going to show me some things on how to, finish off the opponent in a direct way.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? One of the keys for the younger generation is they have to be patient. And sometimes, the best of the best, even sometimes they just want to finish it off rather quickly. And in this position, I think if you give it to the likes like Anderson, he might even play a move like King B1.
Yeah, I actually, initially I thought maybe he did play King B1. I would have been happy to see that move. But f4 was played. Black has taken g into f4.
Yes.
And now probably Pranesh is intending bishop into f4. If rook into g4, he has queen h8 check.
Yes.
King d7.
And then rook d5, yeah?
Yes, and then rook d5. But the problem is after queen h8 check, black can go queen to f8. And it's still not quite over, but it's also very dangerous for black to just exist in this position. Queen to e5, the king is still in the center, and all these aspects relating to the opposite color bishop is still quite relevant. So yeah, f4, g takes f4 taken, bishop at f4 also taken. Let's see if he takes the pawn on g4 or not. I saw him move his hand towards the pieces a couple of times, but maybe he was just adjusting. Is he? Yeah, again.
Yeah, he hasn't played the movie yet, and I think what's the time situation? It's still 27 minutes, so should be fine for Kidov, and 22 minutes for Pranesh. Yeah, so
Yeah,
young blood, they are very impatient.
true, absolutely. So this is where this game stands. Meanwhile, do we also have an update on how one of the pre-tournament favorites, the second-seeded Nordebek of the Satro, is doing?
Yeah, for that, I think we have to go to the 13th board. Yes, it looks like he has a. Okay, I have to think whether this is actually winning because the bishop on h6 is trapped. But on the other hand, his opponent is only having under
One
a
minute
minute
remaining.
left. Yeah, so he has lots of time advantage.
Yeah, he has a lot of time advantage, and what I noticed is Abdusatru is back playing his brand of chess. Yeah, the super confident, super fast, and precise way of playing chess. He had a difficult start, just half point in his first two games, but he's won two in a row, and with this game, he seems set to be winning his third game in a row.
Yes, yes. But okay, my question is how are you going to incorporate the bishop on h6?
Oh yeah, this one is it's not an easy question, but my immediate thought is I can play something with h4. I'm not sure if I do this directly or first bring my queen into the game and then play h4. So there are two ways. One is h4, another is with f4, and he's gone h4 already even before I
Yeah,
had a chance. That's not a back.
very direct, yeah.
Yeah, and also fast. He doesn't give you a lot of time to think, especially if you're his opponent.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I think he's also trying to take advantage of his opponent's time situation, which is now only about half a minute left on the clock. So we'll see a move from Black very soon.
Yeah. And his opponent, Ayush Sharma, I think, I mean, he's been one of the yet another talented young Indians who's been improving rapidly. And in this tournament as well, I remember him making a draw against Haik Martirosyan in one of the earlier games. And so he's not stopped making upsets. He took G into H4.
Yep.
He was 2300 for a considerable while, I think, before this tournament, at least for a few months. But he was making a lot of these upsets against players about 2600. So it was clear that his actual strength was definitely not 2300.
Yeah, yeah. I think after this tournament, I think he's going to almost crossing 2500. His
Now
current.
the white queen moves in for the kill, maybe. Yeah? Queen e2, queen g4, or queen h5.
I like that idea. Yes.
You again wouldn't require a second invitation to play this position as well, right?
No, of course not. But okay, let me think of something else as well because Queen e2, Queen g4, can I stop that move? Like Queen e2, f5 maybe.
Mm. Queen, but then I can play queen to h5, yeah? Like I have two
You
threats
have Queen
after queen
h5,
yeah.
yeah, and then Queen e8 is there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let me think again. Let me think again. Oh, I know. What if I just play Bishop takes d5? It's no mate anyway.
Ah,
And my king
okay.
runs away.
Yeah, right. Queen g7 and king to e6
Yeah, Queen
and
g7,
yeah.
King e8. It's
So
no, not e6 because King e6, Queen g8. Your d5 bishop is lost. You have to go King e8.
got it. So king e8, but then the king is safe. The king has run away, and you
And
have
the
these
two
two
bishops,
bishops.
yeah, the two bishops, they're very strong.
True. So bishop into d5. So queen e2 is probably it can be rejected. But then how do you finish black off?
Maybe it's time to be patient. Probably bringing the other bishop to get exchange, or I don't know, either bishop f4, bishop e3, something along the line.
I want to finish off black because he doesn't have time and I don't want to give him a
What about
chance to.
Queen b2? So instead of
Yeah,
the other direction, I'll go here because the difference is bishop takes d5, queen b8, and I will win the bishop.
Yeah, now there is no way to go to e8, yeah, and king e6 we already saw the queen comes to g8, winning the bishop. So queen b2 was one powerful move that I was thinking about. The other move is rook to b1, which also with the same, but maybe not so powerful. I think no, I like queen
No,
b2 much more.
no, rook b1, there's queen d5.
Yeah, rook b1 is it just doesn't it loses most of the advantage.
Yeah.
So queen b2 is definitely one of the moves. Has I don't know if Abdusatru has made a move. Ah, he played queen to d3,
Queen d3.
which also was one of the other moves because now it goes inside from queen f5. Black has taken queen into c3, and I think we are going to see a finish Irene because queen b5 should
Oh, that's
queen
the
b5 has
double
queen
attack.
c8 though.
Right. That's the double attack to b7 and e8.
Yeah, that's a double attack, but black defends both the uh, black defends both the threats. But is there maybe simply queen to e4 with the idea of queen g4?
But is there any way to stop queen? Wait, is king e4 your move or
My move, yes.
your move? Okay. So after queen b5, is there any way to stop it? Maybe queen c8, yeah?
Yeah, you can do queen c8, you can
But
do bishop
then
c8. There are these ways to stop.
no, instead of queen e4, like if queen b5, I think I still like this move better.
Queen b5, but there's queen c8, yeah?
Yeah, but then I think you can bring your rook.
Yeah,
Rook c8.
actually, yeah, this makes more sense now that you point out.
And then after queen a8, maybe queen d7, something like that.
Moving in for the kill, yeah?
Yeah, because you have queen g4 there, queen e6 or queen e7, and the bishop also on b7 doesn't have any square. If you take d5, for example, rook c8 comes easy.
True. I'll just put that on the board because variations are all nice and pretty and instructive. So yeah, Abdusatru is thinking on this position after going into c3, but queen b5 looks like a straightforward finish for him. And if he manages to finish it off, that would be his third win in a row in this tournament.
Yeah, and he's back in the contention to win the tournament.
Absolutely.
I think the loss in the first round is like waking up the beast inside him because after that he's been there was still some struggle after the loss. I think he drew on the second round,
Yeah.
but then he pretty much came back.
Yeah, he pretty much came back, and it's not like he had any easy opponents even after that. But he managed to roar back, and one of the first signs I saw when I felt like, okay, he's back into his normal shape was when he won one of the rounds with, I think, more than 45 minutes time remaining. And that, I was like, yeah, okay. Now I see Nodebek coming back.
Yeah, I mean with 45 minutes difference is just a lot of time. Yeah, he hasn't made his move yet. I mean still has more than 40 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
And queen b5, if you put it on the board, is it like the best move to play for this position?
Yes, Irene. It is one of the best moves. In fact, when I make this move, the bar goes even higher. So
Okay.
I think you're starting to teach Stockfish now how to finish off the opponent.
Right. Okay, well, very, very well done. I think after the rest day, so the day after tomorrow, when we resume the tournament with round 6, I think he's going to be back in the top 10 boards.
Yeah, so if you're a fan of Nodebek, that's good news for you. I already saw quite a few people asking about Nodebek and how he's doing. So now you can actually start seeing him back in action with not just his games, but also his video.
Yep. Okay, so I'd like us to go back to the first board actually, because what we are going to see very soon is completely different to about 30 minutes ago where we
Oh,
left it
wow.
off.
Wow. It's transformed into something completely different, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the king went from e1 to g2. Like we were in this position, and he played a4. After bishop e6, knight d5 takes. He took with the e pawn, which actually blocked this d file, and it opened up the light square bishop though, so that's one useful aspect. And black played e4, opening up the position, which is logical. Bishop into f4, e takes f3, queen into f3, bishop into b2. A lot of mass trades there. Rook b1, bishop g7. And the position apparently was balanced at this point, but here Eshipenko, he moved his king away towards a safer spot, away from the e file. And as black repositioned his knight from c5 to b4, he made some advances on the king side. The bishop was attacked. He moved it away a little bit. Queen to f6, creating a pin against the f3 queen, which is hanging. So king g2 protects it. Rook e8, bringing it into the game. Bishop e3, offering queen trade and also attacking the b6 pawn. Rook a b8. Now rook d1, queen e7, bishop to f4. And we have this present position where black has just taken g into h5, but it's no longer such a big problem for white. And he in fact made g5 just now and gets up from the board, intending to keep his pawn structure connected and create isolated pawns on the black's territory.
Wow, I'm just mesmerized by this attempt by Ishipenko to do the artificial castle, because somehow the king is on g2, the rook is very safe on d1. It's as if he already did the short castle, but there's no castle for white in this position. And what do you think about the evaluation of this position? I know the eval bar shows is maybe slightly better for white, but where is actually the advantage that makes computer say so?
So, one is the pawn structure on the king side and the d6 pawn. So right now, black's pawns are more vulnerable than white's, and this position would be completely winning for white if this bishop on b3 was somehow on f5 instead. But
Yeah.
black's one advantage is the bishop on b3 is still out of the game. And I think this mitigates some of the factors which is in white's favor in this position. So, but yeah, in general, the pawn structure of black here and potential attacking ideas for white as well with queen into h5 and rook h1. These are in there. For black, on the other hand, white's king is also not totally safe, and there are actually possibilities to create some play on the light squares because the bishop on b3 for now is well controlled by the knight on b4, and it's not coming into the game anytime soon. But yeah, I think a few different factors canceling each other out, and the position is approximately about even.
Right. Yeah, but it is still very complex, and both players are actually having some sort of a almost like a time trouble soon with 15 minutes left and 18 minutes left on the clock. And meanwhile, before we go to the next break, I'd like to update ourselves on the game between Abdusattorov versus Ayush Sharma, because they are playing the moves that we predicted before.
Right. So queen b5 on the board, black did go queen c8, rook c1 on the board, black did go queen e8, queen d7 also on the board, and black did play king f7. Now, if you play rook c7, there is queen a1 check, but white can bring the bishop back to c1.
Yes.
So is it still playable, rook c7, or is there something better?
I think I would like to play queen e6 first, just to put the king on e8. Oh, actually,
But I
wait.
can go to
Ah,
g6.
king g6 is there. Sorry, I missed that one. Okay, so in that note, let me think again. Okay, I think rook c7 looks tempting then.
Right. And now if queen a1 check, there is
Yeah,
bishop to
bishop
c1.
c1.
And then I think nothing more for black, yeah. After this, pretty much the counterplay gets
Yeah,
over.
yeah. Next move, it's guaranteed it's gonna be a check anyway, so you don't have to worry about your own background.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think rook c7 is finishing the game off. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it. But he's taking his time as he should. So I think soon the players, most of them, they're going into time trouble, Srinath. So
Absolutely.
I think this is the perfect time for us to take our next break, because yeah, soon we'll see the players having time scrambles. So stay tuned. In a few minutes we will be back.
انا جعت. ايش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر.
اسرع اسرع على هواك يا نواف.
رد يا ابو نسب.
كيف صوت العيال؟
معانا.
هنا اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي الأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواه. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز.
Qatar Masters gathers top chess players from around the world here in Doha, the Pearl of Qatar. Tournament started by the game of the future Grandmasters. "250 participants are divided into two groups, A group and B group, from 44 countries. The total prize fund is $108,000 USA, from which the winner gets $25,000. Our broadcasts with expert commentaries have more than a million views in the social medias. Here the tension increases every second and the winner will be determined at the last moment. Qatar Masters 2023 is over, but it was an amazing run for the chess players and also great for the chess fans to watch all the games. We have seen a lot of excitement, some of the upsets, sacrifices, blunders, checkmates, and all of this that we love to see. Who's your favorite chess player?
Magnus Carlsen.
And who do you root for the World Championship match, Ding or Gukash?
Well, I don't really follow up on chess, so I don't really know though.
Do you play chess?
I play, but I'm not master or I'm not good. But I know how to move the chess.
That's okay. So guys, do you play chess?
I do play chess.
You play chess too?
No, I don't.
Do you play chess online or over the board?
On the board. I prefer on the board.
And have you competed chess tournament recently?
It's been a few years back, not very recent.
How often do you play chess?
Well, it depends. In the summer, I play with my friends quite a lot though.
But what do you like the most about the chess when you play?
About smartness. Smartness, not.
Is there right now we're at the Formula One? Is there any connections in your mind between Formula One and a chess? Something similar?
Fast thinking.
Hey, who's your favorite chess player?
Actually, I don't know regarding who's the player, but I don't know who's the good one and who's the master now. But I know how to play.
Yes. Who do you want to see in Qatar Masters? One of the top 10 guys, let's say, in the world of chess.
Definitely people like Magnus Carlsen, like championship winners.
Thank you for that smile on your face, Sunny. Thank you for that beautiful grace, Sunny. Thank you for the sunshine bouquet, Sunny. Thank you for the love you brought my way. Now the dark days are done and the bright days are here. My sunny one shines so sincere, sunny, runs so true. I love you. I love sunny. Sunny, runs so true. I love you.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the fifth round of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open, and we are ready to see how the players are facing the time scrambles. And Srinath, let's go to the probably game of the day because it's so exciting between Ganguly versus Arjun Ergaisi. So let's dive in.
Yes, Irene, let's dive in right away. A critical phase of the game, and I think we are almost towards, the finish line for Arjun here. And it was actually looking quite complex around this point where we left it. Rook e8, Rook e5 was played when we left it. Rook d1 takes Queen into c5, Queen f7, and not a lot of moves since. Gangs played the Rook to g2, covering the g file. E into f3 happened, Bishop into f3, and now Arjun brought his knight forward with knight e4, attacking the queen. And after Queen d4, which is a natural response, Black went knight to g5.
Yeah, after Queen d4, the Ifal bar doesn't like that move so much for white, and yeah, now Arjun is getting ahead in his position. And what's after knight g5?
And this knight g5 is a brilliant move. Yeah? I think this one with the idea of Queen into e5, knight into f3 check was a bit of a game changer. With the bishop attacked, white played the bishop to g4, Queen e8 by Arjun, Rook to f2. Now the pawn moves forward, f3. King f1 by Surya defending the e2 point, and now Arjun brings in the rook with rook to f4.
Wow.
The queen has been attacked. Surya just moved his queen to d3. Now do we see rook e4 from Arjun?
That possible. This is Alakin's gun.
Yeah, this is Arjun's gun here.
Arjun's gun. Yeah, and the queen has to go to d3 because also there might be some check on b5. You have to be worried about it. So, wow, if Arjun plays, or when Arjun plays rook f e4, there's nothing stopping rook e1 on the next move.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing stopping rook. There's maybe one thing stopping it. He can play the bishop to e6, interpose. And after knight into e6, d into e6, queen into e6, he can now take the f3 pawn with either the rook or the queen to create this escape square on g2, but black can again block it with the knight coming into f4. So he can create a temporary relief, but long term, and that's not even so long term, maybe just 3 moves later, the king is it's trapped, it's cornered anyhow.
But alternatively, I know rook fe4 looks very tempting, but is a move like knight e4, does it work here? Because I also have some idea, maybe I would like to sacrifice it to g3 and something like that.
Yeah, the only problem is now the f3 pawn can be taken by white. And this also still looks incredibly scary, but I'm not sure if black has a concrete follow-up.
Right, yeah, so has to be careful. Don't go too fancy sacrificing too many pieces or pawns. And I think, yeah, just rook fe4, it looks very natural. You would like to just give a mate on the next move with rook e1, and everything else is also protected. You can even, whenever there is rook e4, bishop h5, it doesn't have even enough time to do that, because after bishop h5, rook e1 comes with the checkmate coming soon. So if rook e4 happens, can I try to take on f3 with the bishop?
Yeah, that's exactly the so it's not quite the variation we just saw, Irene, but similar. The point is rook e4 also vacates the f4 square for the knight.
That's
So
right.
after a rook e1 check, the king inevitably has to go to g2, whether you take first or not. And when that happens, black has this move knight to f4 check.
Yeah, and such a fork is going to end the game right away. Okay, so still no move yet from Arjun. We can wait, because this is a very critical position right now for both of the players. But I'm just going to remind ourselves that on board 8, there's already a result in the game between Haik Matrosyan versus Ivan Zemlyansky.
Oh, interesting. So we have another draw here, and the game seems to have just ended. So good call there, Irene. Catching it right at the moment it ended.
And also during the break, there's another draw coming from Bharat Subramanian versus Narayanan SL.
Yeah. So SL being solid there, his third draw in a row. And Bharat, I'm not sure if that's him walking in the video right now. I see
That's
Katie.
Katy. That's Katy walking in the video. Yeah. So okay, we have 2 results in the top 10 boards already, and then I think a few results is going to coming out soon. Particularly the game between Surya Ganguly versus Arjun Erigaisi. Another position that looks like it's going to be a decisive game is the second board between Sargishan Shan versus Nairich Arkady.
Oh yeah, this one we actually spent quite a bit of time earlier praising how strategically the White's play was, I'm just trying to find an appropriate word because it was really nice play by White. So I'll just stick to how strong Shan's play was from a strategic point of view. And he seems to have continued in the right direction. He's a pawn up right now, and that pawn is not just any other pawn, but a pawn on d7. He cannot, he actually can consider taking another pawn with knight into a7, because bishop b6 check, which would be a fork under normal circumstance, is not really effective because black cannot really continue taking on e7. The pawn will queen. The bishop on d8 is protecting the passed pawn on d7. Now black can play the rook to c7 to neutralize the d7 pawn, but this endgame after the knight comes back, rook into d7 is the only move. Rook into d7, knight into d7. This endgame with these connected passed pawns should be, I think, very good chances for white to win here. So it seems like he has taken the pawn with knight into a7. It's on the board, and we are heading towards a potential win for Shan Sargisyan, in which case he might actually be scoring a very important win before the rest day. It could even make him the sole leader if the first and third board games are drawn.
But what happened after rook c7?
Knight b5, yeah.
Just knight b5, yeah? And
Yeah,
then after rook takes d7, you just simplify everything. And then you're still
exactly.
up a pawn, but I mean, technically a pawn, but you have two connected pass pawns.
Exactly. So this endgame, I think it's very good chances for white to win because of these connected passed pawns. I'll put the bishop on d6, play the pawn to b4, a4, a5. The pawns they cannot be stopped so easily.
Yeah.
So um, it's a very difficult position for black to defend without any counterplay on the other side.
Right. So, wow, if it's going to be decisive and if Sargishan wins this one, then he's going to come to the next round as one of the leaders, depending on the results of the other games as well. So let's also check out the third board. It's between Idani Puya versus Karthikeyan, because apparently Karthikeyan is now in time trouble. He has less than 2 minutes on the clock and he still has to make another 10 moves.
Yeah, a bit of a familiar zone for Karthikeyan, I would say. He was in a similar time trouble against Ritvik Raja in a couple of rounds earlier, and with Rook 8, Black, White is threatening the E6 pawn, and I see Karthikeyan has responded with, is it King to G6 or is it something else? King G6 would attack the H5 knight and bring allow him to Rook
Rook
E7.
E7.
Yeah. Rook E7 also makes sense. Defending the E6 pawn. If white takes, then black recaptures with the bishop and defends the G5 pawn. If white does not take on E7, if he plays, let's say he moves his rook away to A8, attacking both the G5 pawn and the A7 pawn together. Now maybe black needs to play something like King G6 to protect the G5 pawn. Move this knight away, and he will have this G5 pawn vulnerable, but he can recapture one of the pawns on the queen side, maybe something like knight to C4 here. If white takes the G5 pawn in some way here, sorry, Rook G8, I was intending Rook G7. If white takes the G5 pawn this way, then as black, I will, recapture one of these pawns
Yeah,
and
knight
keep
b2,
the
knight
extra
a4.
pawn.
Yeah, I think it would be preferable for black if the rooks are traded off in this position, because then there's almost nothing going on the back rank anymore, and then black and can have a sigh of relief there. And I think we have a few moves there. What's happening?
Yeah, he did play Rook A8. So Rook 8 on the board. And let's see if Karthikeyan responds with. I think he has also played King G6 as we just predicted that he might. So King G6 also on the board.
Okay, King G6 is on the board. Yeah, you mentioned before if Rook G8, Rook G7, and so on. Wow, this is.
By the way, Irene, talking about the moves coming on the board, Rook F E4 for Arjun.
Oh, it's
He
on
is
the
actually
plate.
on the and this Bishop E6 check was also on the board, and now he
Wow.
just moved the king to H8. So Rook F E4, the Alekane's gone, Arjun's gone, and after Bishop E6 check, a counter check, king to H8 by Arjun. Surya has only 1 minute remaining, but his position is in such a difficult position for
Very
him.
difficult, yes, yes. Everything is coming to his territory. Knight F4 is there. I mean, also at some point there might be some sacrifice. I mean, you can even take the bishop on E6 technically, but Arjun is looking for more. So he keeps all his intention alive without having to trade anything on the board. But yeah, Knight F4, how do you stop Knight F4?
You can't. You literally can't. It's like it's an unstoppable force, and white does not have an immovable object in its position.
I also like the idea, there's Queen G6 with the idea of Rook E1. This is some additional thing that you have in your mind. You compile all of these ideas and maybe one of them works. And I think Surya just played Rook C1. What is the idea, Srinath?
Rook C8 is the idea to, it's not possible.
It's
Rook
not really
C8
an
also
idea.
goes, yeah. But maybe start with Queen into E4 and then play Rook C8. So
Ah.
that's one thing which can keep, some counterplay alive.
Even
And
even after Queen E4, you take it with the knight, and then you grab the rook on after next, or even you
true.
don't have to grab it. Knight. Oh, I was thinking of some knight check, and then Would it be a checkmate? Maybe not. Just simply to grab the rook.
Knight f4. Knight
Knight
f4 on the
f4
board.
is on the board. Yes, now it's nearing the end of this game. Looks like it.
Yeah, the endgame.
Queen has to go, but where does the queen go? You simply don't have a move here. Because again, queen b5. This is some additional little idea that I was mentioning earlier.
True, absolutely. Wherever the queen goes, black comes in with queen b5 and Surya has to resign. He plays the queen to b3, I think.
b3, yeah.
Yeah.
Queen b3, so should queen b5 happens, what's going to happen then? I mean, there's rook e1 coming up too. Or you want to stop it with knight c4?
Yeah, queen b5, I mean, it's not really stopping it. It's a bit of a band-aid for a fracture kind of a situation. Black can, just open up things with knight g2, pretty much anything. And here also, you can even just take on e6, yeah?
Yeah.
You can just take on e6 and reply back with rook into e6 because rook e1 is unstoppable. The knight on f4 is protecting any escape attempt by the king. So black has, I think, maybe 5 different ways to win from here.
Also, if you want to think about knight d5 as well, it is one of the moves too, because the bishop cannot really take it. Rook e1 is there, and if the bishop cannot take it, the bishop is just pretty much hanging in the air.
Yeah, knight d5 is a very strong. Maybe it's one of those moves that will prompt resignation from the opponent.
I think so too. Yeah, it's so good. The position is so good. You can just choose whatever you want to play here. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a choice, yeah. And he has his hand on his head. He takes the pawn on d5,
Yes,
Irene.
that's my move. I'm so happy whenever my move is being played by the players, Yeah, so I literally don't see anything for white even to prolong the game here.
Yeah, I think now is the point. At this point, I think the game ends. The 36th move after knight into d5. I think white will probably resign now.
And also look at the time situation. Surya has only a few seconds left.
He takes on f3.
Yeah, he took the f3 pawn with the rook, but at the very least, you're winning a piece up in his position. But okay, let's think for more.
Yeah, so you can take with rook on e6. You can take with the knight on e6. You can also take the rook on f3.
And then followed by taking the bishop on e6 after that. Yeah, you can win gazillion pieces here.
Yeah. And taking the rook on f3 with the knight also creates the threat of knight d2 check. So white does not have, he's taken the rook.
He's taken the rook. Yes.
White does not have time to play rook c8 because of knight d2 check.
Right. Wow. I think I've already have my opinion, but what do you think went wrong in Surya's position?
I think when you, we
Yeah.
have the resignation.
So Arjun is walking to the next round
With 4 out of 5.
with 4 out of 5. Yeah, just half a point behind the possible leaders ladder. I mean, we still don't have any result
Yeah,
in
but
the top
we
10.
do have a game which is very close to the finish, Irene. I mean, maybe it's not close to the finish, but it's close to a winning advantage for white. So with bishop into e7,
Yep.
Shant has transposed into a rook endgame, which I think is technically winning. So rook into d8 check, king f7 on the board. This is the position we have right now. And here he'll just play the king to e2 or rook to d2, guard the second rank, and start moving his connected pass pawns on the outside forward. I think
Yeah, I mean, sorry, it's just something funny coming up to my screen. Just some tactics on the lower board. But anyway, let's focus on this one first. And
yeah. So it's a massive winning advantage, and Shant is potentially likely one of the first players to be able to advance into the lead with 4.5 out of 5, because the other two games with 3.5 out of 4. So one of them is the game which we were looking at not so long ago between Puya against Karthik and Murli seems to be going a bit along the lines that we were looking at. Rook J check has just been played by White, and Black responded with Rook to G7. So White would probably not want to trade the rooks, but in that case, Black keeps an extra pawn. So Karthikeyan has taken a little bit of advantage in this game, and we will see if he's able to, convert it forward or not. And in the other game amongst the leaders between Eshipenko against Daneshwar, it's also towards the time trouble, just two more moves to the time control, 38 moves done. Eshipenko has just played the pawn to c5. The pawns are equal, but if Black takes this pawn, then White will win with a discard attack.
Look at that attack discovery. Yeah, so definitely Badeshwar will not fall onto such a trick, and it also works either way with the knight takes on c5, bishop takes c5, d takes c5, and also d6. So basically, you shouldn't touch this pawn at all, and then you have to come up with some other idea.
Absolutely. But what is that some other idea for you?
Good question, Srinath. Again, you put me on the spot here. This is not a very easy position to play with, especially when you see I'm into a pair of bishops a lot. So when I see this position in a quick glance, I would always prefer to play as white. But of course, I see the danger in my own king on g2 as well. So I think white is comfortable, but it is not without any risk.
Interesting. Also, meanwhile, just quickly interrupting you, because are we seeing a repetition on both these?
Oh, you are right. Oh, maybe they just want to go into the time control of 40th moves, and then after that, they will start thinking, because I don't think this is the third repetition. I think this is still the second repetition.
Right. So rook e8, c takes b5. But they took c into b5 in between. So
Oh, right. Yes.
I think Karthikeyan wants to go to the 40th move
Yep.
with rook g8 check, rook g7, rook e8. He took first on b5, and then he played the rook to e7 so that the repetition doesn't happen. And after rook g8 check, he plays rook g7 and he makes the 40th move. And after rook e8, if white wants to repeat, black can think whether he wants to repeat with rook e7 or just play the bishop to e7 and keep the game going.
Right. Yeah. Rook g7 is on the board, and both players are out of their chairs, possibly getting some drinks, some rest, because it was a very intense 40 moves of their games, and now they are playing the second period of the game with 30 minutes extra on the clock. So I think
Right.
the storm has passed on this one, and then we can continue looking at other games that possibly in time trouble. I'm just quickly looking at all the games. Okay, most of them they already passed the time control, but board 7, Lodici, Lorenzo playing against Yakuboyev, they are still below 40 moves.
Yes. The game which we had a look a bit earlier, the game where both of them had scored a hat trick, 3 wins in a row, and are looking to get their 4th win in a row. But in terms of the position, I think the evaluation hasn't changed a lot. Black's position continues to remain solid. It's just 3 pawns each. Rook d5, it creates the intention of rook d7, and white has a slightly better pawn structure. So white is the one who's slightly ahead in this position. It shouldn't be too difficult for black to hold this position though. I think he's still he's very much in within the limits of danger.
Right. So yeah, this is still pretty much
Yeah.
very equalish, I would say. So let's go to the game. It's already passing the 40th moves, but we talked a lot about this game before. Let's update ourselves on the game between Pranesh versus Vakidov Shamshidin.
Irene, things are clarified to such an extent. Yeah, it has been past the 40th move, and I see white has just played the queen to a5, but according to the evaluation bar, white doesn't even have an advantage anymore in this game. And black plays the queen to c5. You can also see from, oh, they drew.
Apparently, there was a repetition beforehand. That's why after Pranesh's last move, Queen F5, there was like a stare to the opponent, like signaling, oh, are you serious with that move? Okay, I'll just repeat and then make a draw. So this was exactly what I was afraid of for Pranesh because he had such a lovely position. It was an attacking, dominating position, but you figure it out. Yeah, you have to be patient, and then as soon as you said it, he played f4, and then this is something that I learned in a hard way in my chess career as well. When I was attacking and I was being very impatient, there's no reason. We can come back to to this position. There is no reason for you to get your opponent's rook activated like that on your own time. So I think this is, even though the computer evaluation still in favor for white, but principally it's already violating the rule.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. And I think this was the point when he lost the thread a little bit. We were looking at the move queen to e3 here, which is actually the best move according to Stockfish. And your plan of putting the bishop on this diagonal, I think it would have been actually more effective, Irene. So
Right.
for Pranesh, a bit of a pity. The positive, he got two fantastic positions against two players probably in the world top 50, Arjun Erigaisi and Mokido.
Yeah.
But also lessons to be learned
Yeah.
that you need to convert them.
Yeah, he had two winning games back to back against Arjun Erigaisi and Falkidov, but he failed converting them and settled with two draws. And meanwhile, Srinath, let's go back to the first board because they are on time trouble right now. They still have to make 2 and 3 moves respectively to make to the 40th move. So the coming moves, we can see it very soon from both players.
Yeah, we're going to see it pretty soon, Irene. And apparently, the spot that I put you in was not such an easy spot because Daneshwar has been spending close to 5 minutes or more on this move. And he didn't have a lot of time to begin with. So he's spending almost 95% of. Oh, wow. Look at what he did. He took the pawn on f2.
Oh, he's been calculating this tactic then, whether it was working or not.
And if king takes f2, then bishop h2 check is a beautiful checkmate. Wow.
Oh, and after king there, rook e2 and king h3, rook
Rook
f3, and then after king g4, I think you can play rook g3,
g5,
king g5,
rook
and then
f5, king f6, and then rook
rook
f3
f3.
checkmate.
Yeah, there's a force mate. No, this is too nice. It's too nice to happen, Srinath. It's like a dream.
I know. So exactly why Eshipenko sidestepped this. He took c into d6, attacking the e7 rook and also the f2 knight via the bishop on b6. Now I do expect black to play the rook to e2. It's probably what he had calculated, and it's going to go into crazy complexities, Irene. It's a good thing that they're making the 40th move in the next two moves because they are going to need that time to calculate. He plays the rook to e2.
Rook e2 is already on the board, and this is the moment of truth. 40th move is coming up soon, but it is less than 30 seconds for Daneshvar, and Yushipenko still has about 2 minutes left on the clock. He has to figure it out. And usually there's a curse on the 40th move, being the most critical move of the game. And then you somehow just collapse. And then you chose the most possible, the worst possible option on the position.
Absolutely. It's a very, very difficult situation to take a decision because it's not like it's a constant time trouble where both the players have less time. It's just that you have time trouble on this one particular move. And after you make it, your opponent gets a lot of additional time. So how do you deal with it? And you have to make a quick decision in such limited time. Black threatens knight into h1 check. Now, if you take bishop into f2, then black can play bishop e3, pin your bishop and take the bishop. After this, I don't see any winning possibility for white because black will at the very least have some kind of a perpetual check.
Yeah.
So bishop into f2 is one option. White can also play the pawn to d7. He can ignore the rook on h1. He will say that I give up the exchange, but I'm going to queen my pawn. And how are you going to stop it? And
Or
his
bishop
hand,
c4, maybe.
where is his hand going towards?
I think to the bishop. Bishop takes maybe. Oh no.
No,
Oh,
he went for
d7.
d7.
He went for d7. Okay, then he made this furtive move. Now it's Daneshvar's turn. He has to make his move in less than a minute.
Yeah, absolutely. And Irene, I think he has to take on h1. But with this move, I don't see how white loses this game anymore because black does not have enough material to checkmate. And if black takes knight into h1, king into h1, if we go into this position, then there's no way to stop the pawn from queening. Now, black can give checks. Black can give unlimited checks with rook e1 and rook e2. If the white king goes to f3, now this is also possible. Then white can choose whether he wants to, take the king to f3 or h1. It's a difficult. He has taken knight into
Yeah,
h1
he has
check.
taken the knight. He has taken the rook with the knight. So yeah, I think you have to take it back, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And normally after the 40th move, you're trained to, no matter how obvious the move is, you're trained to take some time. But this move is so obvious that I think Ashipenko is going to make it immediately. And now with the adrenaline calmed down a bit, black can think and decide how he wants to continue.
And Srinath, I would like to ask you. This is some little basic chess mathematics. Would you like to have a rook and 4 pawns, which is in total it's 10? Sorry, in total it's 9. What am I talking about? Yeah, or a queen. 1 rook and 4 pawns or a queen. Oh, you beat me to it. This is the game that I was talking about. Just take a look at this and who do you think is better?
Yeah, Irene, I had to beat you to it because it was a tricky question to answer. And I had to see the type of pawns to
Yes.
know if they are, strong enough to withstand the queen's power, the lone queen's power. And having had a look at the pawns, the type of pawns that white has, I'd have to choose the rook and the pawns.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, this one for sure, yeah. But just to come up with this decision, I think we have to see a few moves back because it's not easy when you give in to the position where, okay, I will have a rook and 4 pawns in exchange for a queen. So he has to be here, David Paravian. He has to do it willingly because I don't think it's coming from a position where he is forced to do it.
Absolutely. It was around this point, Irene, when he played the rook to d3 and black played the queen to a7. Now he took queen into f8 check. Would you have done this?
I would totally. I mean, that would be the first move comes to my mind. Whether or not I will play it later, but I would totally
Consider it. And let's also note that white was already a piece down at this point. He was already a piece down for only 1 pawn. His compensation being his more active pieces and the limited mobility of black's pieces. And he went a step further, giving up the queen for just a rook at this point, a rook and 1 pawn. But again, the advantage being that he had a massive advantage of activity and piece mobility. Black played the rook to b8, rook into c6, rook d8, and now rook d to d6, keeping the e6 pawn under control. Knight e8, white's third pawn with rook into e6, queen c7. He attacked the queen for a few moves to get to the 40th move. And now, after a4, rook c8, takes. This is the present position that we have with 4 pawns for the white pieces.
I think it also helps with the fact that the knight on e8 is a very passive knight because otherwise, if somehow you can put it on e4, yeah, and then somehow it trades off with the other knight, then black is maybe the one who is better. But
Absolutely.
yeah, but since the knight is on g7, was on g7 and now on e8, the next square that it can jump to is only c7. But then where's the future of the knight c7? So this is a very peculiar situation about this rook and 4 pawns
and
against the queen.
it's not just the knight, it's also the queen.
Yeah.
Now, if the queen can somehow get into a more active post,
Or just
let's
the
say
back
d4,
rank to give checks, let's say.
exactly.
Yeah.
The problem, if the queen moves to c7, there's rook b7, the queen gets pinned. If the queen goes to d8, then I think rook b7 check is
Rook
the
b7,
problem.
knight e6. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or if knight c7, then you have knight a6, and you have everything traded off, and you still have millions of pawns on the board.
Absolutely. So this is the problem for black, that she has the pieces, she has the resources, but she's not able to use it because white has effectively curtailed it.
Right. Okay, so they already made the time control. Oh, we have another decisive result on board 10. And as predicted, Salim Saleh has won a game against Sankalp Gupta.
Yeah, that was a powerful game by Salim, and yeah, he seems to be in good shape in this tournament. He had a very powerful win with the white pieces day before yesterday, and yesterday he was on the better side of a draw with the black pieces, and now with this win he moves to 4 out of 5, jointly in the second position, with probably a lot of others.
Right. Okay, so we still have 5 more games in the top 10 boards. Is it more? Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, 5 more
Yeah.
games. And then the first board, they are still pretty much according to what we saw. After king takes h1, rook e1, king g2.
Rook e2 check also played, and now white has to choose whether he accepts the repetition with king back to h1 or try and move forward with king f3. In which case, the problem is black has this resource with rook to b2, and white will queen this pawn. Black will give up the piece, but he will take on b3 with a check. So this is white's choice. He can go back to the first rank. I don't think king f1 is such a bright idea, yeah? But maybe the same idea with rook b2.
Yeah, rook b2. And then if d8 happens, then you can just take everything. Rook takes d8, rook takes b3, and maybe that position is better for black in the end.
I think it should go into a
It
draw,
should go
yeah?
draw,
Bishop
yeah,
g5, and if I take a5, maybe there's chance. But
The
if you
bishop
take on
g5,
g5,
yes.
then
Right. So now this is the crossroad for Yushipenko, to make an easy draw or a hard draw.
yeah, actually, black can also pretty much do this. Rook b2 against king h1 also, right? He can play the rook to b2, and he need not repeat with rook e1 check. He can play the rook to b2, and I think it's pretty much the same thing. d8 queens, rook into d8, bishop into d8, rook into b3,
And
and bishop into
yeah.
g5 should end draw. But it's an interesting turn of events, because when we looked at the video at around the 40th move, when
Yeah.
I saw Eshipenko playing d7, I'm not sure, but it looked from his body language that he seemed pretty positive. So maybe for just a moment, fleeting moment, maybe he thought he was winning in the game.
Yeah, I think so too. Because I mean, you didn't have much time to evaluate the position on the board. It looks like in a quick glance, you have a pair of bishops, you have one pawn that was about to promote. It feels like you have everything you need to make a win. But yeah, Daneshvar is very resourceful.
Absolutely, he's super resourceful, and it was such an interesting move, knight into f2 on the 38th move, which led to this. But yeah, after king g2, I think we can kind of it's safe to assume that the game should end in a draw, one way or another, right?
Right. Yeah. I think what we can expect on the next board is another decisive result. In the top 10 board, it's board number 2, Sergei Shanshan versus Arkady Naiditch. They're still actually playing on.
Yeah, they're still playing on, and Arkady is trying to create a passed pawn of his own on the other side. White has these two connected passed pawns, outside connected passed pawns on a3 and b2. Arkady is trying desperately to create a passed pawn of his own with his rook placed on h4, defending the h6 pawn, and threatening to take king into g2 on the next move. But this seems to be way too slow to give any threats. And to just get rid of this process of calculation itself, White has found a very precise solution to not even give him a chance to create a passed pawn. So the pawn to f4. Now if black takes g into f4, white plays rook g6 check and protects the g2 pawn. If black takes with the rook, Then white will just take the pawn on h6, and after black takes king into g2, white can just play rook to g6 and take the g5 pawn, going into a position where white has these two pawns, b2 and a3. So any which way that black plays, whether he takes with the pawn on f4, or whether he takes with the rook on f4,
He
or
took it
whether
with
he
the pawn.
He takes with the pawn.
Yeah, gf4 is already on the board.
So gf4, now rook g6 check.
And then whenever the king moves, then it's time for you to move the pawn on the other side of the board.
Yep. You move the pawn. I guess Arkady might just keep going with rook h5. But okay, although he's keeping on going, here he has an idea with rook to g5 though. So in this case, white might need to make one more rook g4 to ensure that this rook g5 is not a threat, and black will not be able to, create another passed pawn out here. And after black defends with rook f5, now white can go a4, a5, etc. But yeah, in general, this is a very efficient and clinical move,
Yeah.
f4. And in general, it has been a very nice game by Shant Service so far.
Yeah, I think from start to finish, or he hasn't finished yet, but I just like how he chose the flexibility in the opening, and he played it out nicely without giving any chance for Nadic to come back, because he combined everything, like all this positional understanding, all the principal moves, like where to put your pieces. He did everything nicely, and then in the end, the position rewarded itself, giving him an extra pawn, and that pawn was actually the culprit of all the problem for Nadic here. And it's just a matter of time until we can see all those pawns on A and B files rolling to the promotion squares.
Absolutely. I say that we have rook g6 check and king f2 also on the board. So this is the position. I guess b4 is maybe white's next move, yeah?
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, so this looks like it's almost game over for Nadic. But thankfully tomorrow is a rest day. So
Yeah.
what do you do usually when you have a rest day in your tournament?
So when I was younger, significantly younger, I used to just do something in my room, play something, look at something, watch some movies, do something on my computer. But as I grew older, I started realizing or wondering what's the point of coming all the way and going to all these different places if I'm just going to spend them in hotel rooms. So now, whenever I have a possibility, I just try to look around some of the local
Right. Try to also learn the culture of the place, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what I was doing as well. When I was younger, I'd like to preserve my energy, but come on, you were like what, 15 years old? You have all the energy that everyone can dream of. Even if there are like more 10 rounds coming up, you still have the energy for it. But then as I grow older, I feel like, yes, the same like you. Like I feel I have to experience life, right?
Absolutely.
Not letting it go by just like that, because chess tournaments is a vessel to widen our horizon too, like
Absolutely.
to meet new people, to see the languages, to also learn the cultures.
And you're kind of in the place in any case, like you're already here. So might as well explore Doha.
Yeah, and tomorrow the players are offered a few excursions to choose. It's amazing that we have everything here in the Qatar Masters Open. You have the good chess games, you have a very good venue, you also have like a good excursion on the free day. You can choose whether you want to rest or if you want to experience the culture. So I know what I'm going to choose.
Me too.
Right. Okay, so I think, it's usually the time for me to call for a break, but I'd like to also see a few more games because they are still very interesting for now, because I don't want to miss the moment when the first board ends and shake
Absolutely,
hands. Yeah.
absolutely, Irene. I was also going towards this because I have feeling that we are going towards the end in maybe couple of boards. Yeah, on the first board we are seeing a repetition, and also on the third board, also we have. It's not quite a repetition as such because earlier this bishop was on a3 and now it's on d6, but they have been moving the pieces back and forth for a while between the rook going between e8 and g8, and the black rook going from g7 to e7. So the third board as well as the first board, both the leadership boards, seems to be going towards a draw here.
And I think they already
And
agreed
yeah,
for a draw. Yes. So we still don't have a sole leader yet because the first board is already drawn. Potentially, it is still a likely scenario that Sargishan Chan is going to win this round, and therefore going or coming into the next round, round number 6, he is going to leading the tournament outright.
absolutely. That's a um that's a very useful advantage for Shan to have going into the rest day, going as the sole leader if it happens. And I think the possibilities hint towards it happening. The positions in the current boards, we have a draw on the first board now. That's already a decided result, which leaves only the third board game between Idani Puya against Karthikeyan Murli in the game between the leaders. It leaves only this board as the only surviving game, and I guess for White, it's very clear that he's happy to equalize and make a draw. He has been pawned on for a while. He had some compensation a bit earlier in the game, but it has seemed to have watered down, and he's happy with a draw. And Karthikeyan, on the other hand, might perhaps also not mind the draw, but he still seems to be thinking towards it. Thinking about it, and he's still undecided about it.
Yeah, but what do you think? I'm sure you know Karthikeyan better than I do. What do you think he will do?
He's going to play on.
He is, yeah, he plays King F7.
So he plays King F7. He gives up the G5 pawn. In return, oh, we have a result on the second board,
Yes.
and we are just in time to catch it.
Yes, wow. So winning this round against Arkady Naidic, therefore making Shan Sargisyan, a very strong grandmaster from Armenia, being the sole leader of the tournament so far, because it looks like another board of the two leaders, Idani versus Karthikeyan, might end up with a draw, but they're still currently playing.
Yeah, they're still currently playing, and I must say, I really admired the way Shant played today. He conducted the game beautifully from the opening. It was an aggressive opening, but he converted it into a strategical position, and very, very nice game, and deservingly going into the sole lead. Quickly jumping to the game of the other leaders. King F7 has just been played by Karthikeyan, signaling his intention to keep the game going into a long end game. Now, one of the longest games in my own career, personally, it came against Karthikeyan Murli.
Really?
Yeah.
So how long was the game?
So the game lasted about 6.5 hours, and it was a rook end game. I was with the black pieces. Karthikeyan had a slight advantage, and he kept trying to press. I kept defending. In the end, I managed to hold out to a draw.
Okay, wow. So 6.5 hours of playing. What was the time control?
So it was about 2 hours for 40 moves, 1 hour for the next 20 moves, and 30 minutes. The
What tournament again was it?
Aeroflot Open.
Aeroflot Open. Okay, it's time for you to ask me the question.
What was your longest game? Irene?
Okay, my longest game was hang on, it was this year or last year? It was last year. I played in Biel.
Oh, it was so recent.
Yeah, it was so recent. It's beating my own record. I already had like a
Ah,
6 hour game, 7 hour game, and then
Wow.
this was 8 hour game.
What?
I know. We played the game at 2 p.m. in Bill, right? The starting time was 2 p.m. I finished at 10.
How did you play for such a long time?
It was Queen's Endgame with one pawn down. I was holding the position for 3 hours because during the last 3 hours of the game, it was just like, okay, Queen with a few pawns, and I have one less pawn on the board, and my opponent, I think a grandmaster from Cuba. He was just, he kept trying to win. Although objectively it was drawish, but he has all the means to keep trying, of course.
Right.
And then after 8 hours of playing. Of course, the venue was already empty and only left the arbiters there. I felt, oh, actually, Lauren was the arbiter too. I felt bad for all the arbiters and all the staff who, waited for my game to finish. It was already past their dinner time, my own dinner time too. But there you go. There was my record. 8 games
Crazy.
and, sorry, 8 hours. And I think it was about 100, almost 170 moves.
It's like you played almost 2 games in the space of one game.
Yeah, you can imagine how tired I was after that. Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But yeah, that was my personal record, and I don't have any interest on beating my personal record. No, no thanks. That would be all, like 8 hours and that's it.
Crazy.
But okay, coming to the last position as well of Karthikeyan and Idani Puya. This is the last two leaders that are still playing against each other. I just have to give it to Karthikeyan for his fighting spirit, right? Because he could have just repeated the moves easily and walking into the next round without any loss. But oh, you were checking some other games?
Yeah, I mean, I just noticed that the game between Nihal Sarin and
Oh yeah.
Abdi Salimo, it ended in a draw not so long time ago. It was just recently,
Yep.
I think a few minutes ago. But yeah, the game between Nihal and Abdi Salimo has also ended in a draw, which pretty much leaves, I think, only 2 games out of the top 10 remaining. And one of the games is, of course, the games between the leaders, Puya against Karthikeyan, where he seems to be thinking after king to f7, whether to take on g5 or do something else. And the other game is between Lodishi Lorenzo against Yakubayev, where white seems to be threatening to go 1 pawn up in this position with rook to h8. And black probably has to give up this pawn, but on the other hand, he will also get time to roll his outside passed pawn. So
Right.
a pretty interesting game going on there.
Yeah, very interesting. But what do you think will happen in that game?
I don't know. I don't know. In general, a safe answer to such a question is to say it will be a draw, because a lot of chess games do end in a draw. But it's not so clear here, I think. It could be any 3 results because yeah, black is actually losing a pawn and he cannot protect it by any means. And looking at his body language, I'm not really sure what he's thinking or what if he's happy or he's unhappy. And on the other hand, we also have the B parser, which he will be forced to use as a resource if he loses the pawn anyhow. Once he realizes the potential of the pawn, then he might actually be able to even create winning chances of his own.
Yeah. Okay, so it's still very much, quite a game on here. There's still some resources for both white and black. They are in a happy place for the moment because they have enough time on the clock to think about what they should do in the position. White has some ideas with the pawn on h7, just capture it, but also black has this passer on the b pawn that white has to be careful of. So, Srinath, we almost done for the day, but we still have a few games to commentate. And for the viewers, don't go anywhere because we are going to come back after our short break. So stay tuned.
انا جعت. ايش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر.
على هواك يا نواب. رد يا ابو نسب.
كيف صوت العيال؟
معانا هنا. اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي الأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواه. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز.
The results of the game in the round number 5, Arjun Narayanan beating his compatriot Grandmaster Surya Ganguly in an intense fight. How was the game, Arjun? How was the opening outcome for you?
Yeah, it was a complicated night out, and I was a pawn down for a pretty long time, but his king was quite weak and I had all the resources to attack, and I think it was a smooth game for me.
What was the highlight of the game, the key moment? Maybe you could show us on the board.
Yeah, there was this moment where probably I have many options, but I think this is very strong. Like I took ef3, bishop f3, and I went knight e4. And the important point is that after queen d4, I have knight g5, and he cannot take here. And also, if he takes, I can just take here. And now the attack is very strong. He played bishop g4, and again, I think queen e8 is very strong, threatening rook e1, and also threatening f3. And soon I won the game.
How do you evaluate your performance so far? It has been like the half of the tournament. You had a couple of draws, but you won today, the strike back.
No, it wasn't great. There were, like, especially my yesterday's game, it was so bad, and also my second round, both the white games I played pretty bad, but at least the black games I'm playing well.
Are you also following a tournament in US, considering the FIDE circuit situation?
Not so closely. I followed the earlier one. This one, I'm just focusing on my tournament.
You're just focusing here right now. Thank you so much, Arjun, and best of luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. There is only one game left on the top 10 board of the fifth round here at the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. It's between the two leaders. Idani Puya is still playing against Karthikeyan Murali, but during the break, Srinath was showing me some incredible game from the lower board, and it was played by none other than Artemiev himself. So let's take a look what is incredible of this game, Srinath.
Irene, we started around this point, midway, and I was having a look at this game from the corner of my eye, but we couldn't bring it up during that time because we were looking at some other intense games. So here we have it. Black had just played the pawn to b5, and here white has 3 minutes, black has less than a minute. So the stage starts here. White played the pawn to a4, undermining black's queen side. Black played b4, understandably so, attacking the knight on c3. It went to d5, knight takes d5, e takes d5, and here black went pawn hunting with bishop into a4. Now, what would you do here as white?
Oh, I would like to, having the knight on f5, generally and principally, you would like to attack the king. So my first intention, probably I would like to attack the g7 pawn with queen g4.
Queen g4. Queen g4 is incredibly strong. Could potentially be one of the winning moves. But let me show you what Artemiev did. He did something even better. And he just took the pawn on g7.
Wow.
Knight into g7. Black had to take king into g7. The rook is attacked. What else would you do? So you take it.
Even if you don't take it, of course there are so many other good moves, but even you put the knight back to f5, you can enjoy the good position, and this is how I torture my opponent.
Absolutely. But White did not have such a long time to torture his opponent because he had only like 3 minutes remaining. He spent a good 1 minute of it. He went for knight into g7, king into g7, and now he goes one step further. He's like, I'm not done sacrificing. And it's not just going to be a knight, but it's also going to be a rook with rook into f7 check.
Oof, that was such a good blow. Like rook takes f7, and then now what's happening? You have to take the rook, otherwise I think the king is going to get mated soon.
Yeah, you have to take it. Queen to h5 check. The king goes back. Now queen h6 check. The king has to go to f7 because king g8 does queen into h7 check. The king came to f7, but nevertheless queen into h7 check, king f8. Now that he has taken that pawn on h7, which was protecting the g6 square,
Yep.
the white queen comes back to h6. The king has to go to f7, bishop to g6 check, and here black resigned because if the king goes to g8,
It's made into
exactly. Queen
Queen
h7 check, king f8, and now
queen f7.
queen f7.
Oh, queen h8.
Exactly. I was going to, I was saying which one you're going to go for.
Queen f7, right in front of the king. Yeah. Right. Wow. It should be satisfying for Artemiev to finish it off like this, like
I know, right?
one sacrifice after another. Srinath, this could potentially be our game of the day or move of the day at least.
Absolutely. It's definitely one of the top contenders out there. And yeah, it's definitely a fantastic game. Meanwhile, we do seem to have some action in our live game, Irene. We have some progress in the game between Puya against Karthikeyan and Murli. Now we were last at this point when black had played the king to f7. White took the pawn on g5, understandably so. Black went knight c4, not to take the bishop on e3, but more towards pawn hunting the white pawns on the queen side with knight to a3. White went rook g7 check. The king moved back, king f8, and now white played the rook to g6. Black took knight into b5, so he's up a pawn now. White took the pawn back on g5 with rook into g5. He equalized at this point, but with knight takes b5, black has become a pawn up again, and he attacks the c3 pawn. He has created an outside passed pawn for himself on the a file, and at this point, white played bishop to h6 check. The king is under attack. The king can either go to e8 or f7. I'm tempted to run away with the king with king e8, but I'm not sure if that's necessary. Yeah, I think king e8 seems more logical than king f7. I think he'll go king e8.
Yeah, I think so too, because there's just so less things to do. You can play with king f7. You're not achieving anything, and I also at the same time I like to put my king into a safer square or a safer place. So king e8, probably king d7, and maybe you can actually hope to use your king to get to the c3 pawn, or c4, depending where the pawn goes. Yeah, just
Yeah.
basically it's just the principle, using your king in the endgame as an extra piece.
And he has indeed gone for king e8 in the game. We have it on the board. Now, how does white try and create counterplay is the next question.
That is a very tough question, because on one hand you have this c3 pawn being attacked, and on the other hand the a7 pawn will somehow roll itself to the promotion square, and the rook on g6 is a little bit too awkwardly placed to control everything. So I imagine it would be depending where the rook goes on g6, because the rook on e7 will follow suit. For the time being, the rook on e7 will stay on its square until the rook on g6 somehow going somewhere.
Yeah, and talking about the rook on g6 going somewhere, it could go to g3, but then white played bishop h6 check on the last move. So if we look based on that, a logical way to continue would be to keep giving checks. Knight f6 is one check, but after king f7, white loses a piece here. So this wouldn't be a good square to go to. Another option is to go knight to g7 check, attacking the e6 pawn. And now black can go king to d7. White can attack this rook with bishop g5. But after rook f7, it feels like white's pieces are not quite that coordinated, even if you end up winning the e6 pawn at the end. Yeah.
That's right, that's right. I mean, I think you can simply afford losing that pawn because you have a more superior pawn on a7 that you can focus yourself on pushing it.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is one attempt by white. but it's not a very it doesn't feel like a very convincing attempt. So this is the aggressive attempt with knight g7. We looked at knight f6. Let's have a look at what happens if white just plays the pawn to c4, attacking the knight.
Oh, I would be very happy to have an octopus knight on d4. That's the dream square for the knight because it controls 8 different squares at the same time. And therefore, by playing knight d4, it might free up my rook on e7. So now e6 is protected by the knight.
Absolutely. The rook is freed, and you can use it for many different things. Yeah, the rook can go this side, or you can play the pawn to a5 and bring back the rook. The knight on d4 also protects the b6 pawn in the future in case white tries to attack it with bishop e3. So this also seems to be in black's favor. Now we looked at a few different options for white. I think it has become clear that black's position, the evaluation that the bar is showing, is also practically the case that black is really having a major advantage here.
Yeah, totally. Not only that it is about an extra pawn, but the pawn itself is a pass pawn, outside pass pawn on that note, so it values even more.
Yeah, and the white pieces are very far away from that pawn. They're all huddled on the king side, and they're kind of huddled together in a way that it's not so easy for any one of them to quickly move to the other side and do something useful. This is one of the drawbacks of white's position right now. An attempt to go towards the queen side with something like rook g8 and rook a8 will simply be met by the king advancing forward with king c6 followed by king b7, and then the pawn will roll forward. The c3 pawn remains a weakness. Any moment that white plays the pawn to c4, the knight will come to d4, as you pointed out, the octopus knight, and this will not be desirable for white. So things are looking pretty grim for white here, which has been actually a very quick turn of events because just a few moves ago, it looked a lot closer towards equal.
Yeah, and especially the players tried to tease us about these repetitions, which was happening a few times on the board, right? It feels like, oh, the game is going to be a draw, but no, Karthikeyan decided in the end, I'm going to play for a win. And there you go. We have the current position on the board, and he has chosen the right decision because by dodging the repetition and going into the current one, it's almost like he's going to join the leaderboard tomorrow or after this round with Sagishan Chan, scoring 4.5 out of 5.
Absolutely.
I was looking at one of the games that we also spent some of our time on. It was between Paravian versus Nandita. The game is still on.
Oh wow, the beautiful game involving a queen sacrifice. But at this point, it seems like we are going towards the end, isn't it, Irene? The b6 knight is attacked. Rook b8 check. Oh, so she took queen into h2, white took rook into b6. And now she might potentially try for a last stand where she constantly keeps giving checks to the white king and tries for a perpetual check.
But I think unfortunately for black here, the king has a passageway via a4, b5, and somehow the king will hide on that square. But I think queen a2 is a very smart move by Nandita here, still trying to give some perpetual and not letting the king to escape to the passage that I was just mentioning before.
Yeah, absolutely. She tries to check through queen a1, queen a2, and this way. But I think this should also be this should also give access to the same passageway we mentioned. Let's say white plays rook b8 check. The king has to go to the 7th rank. Another check. The king has to go back.
Yep.
And now a7. White's threat is rook b8 and a8 queen. Now, if black gives a check on c4, then white can play the king to b2, queen to e2, and then after king a3, the king escapes via this way.
Yeah.
So queen into c4, not so effective.
So the queen has to give a check on a1.
Yes. Now king to c2, queen a2 is the only square from which black can give a check. King to c3, and now you have two checks. One is queen a3, but after queen a3, knight b3, the checks stop.
Yep.
So the queen has to go to a1. The king goes to b3. And now if you go queen to b1, then after king a4, the king escapes through this passage.
Yeah.
So the only square remaining for the queen to give a check is from
D1.
b1. And now I go king to a2,
Very
queen,
clever. Yes.
queen to c2, and now king to a3. Now if you give check on c1, the passage is open.
Yes.
And if you give check from c3, then I can use my knight to protect against all checks, apart from king a4, which also works.
Yeah. 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 So one way or the other, the king will find itself on a4 and then using this passage to go to a safer place, and the promotion is coming up on the next move.
Absolutely. So tough game for black after defending so much for such a long time. But despite playing queen e2, which is actually the most strongest way to resist, I think it's still not going to save black.
Yeah, so I think we can switch back to the third board. Meanwhile, there's already a move by Idani Puya. Bishop g5 is on the board. So now the question is, what will you do with this threat on e7? Will you ignore it and then play knight takes c3, or will you just simply move your rook somewhere?
I think I'll move the rook, but definitely not to. Oh, okay. I can even move to h7. Wow. Because knight f6 check, there's king to f7, knight into h7, king into g6 wins a piece. So rook to h7 attacks the knight on h5 and it protects the e6 pawn. So maybe Idani missed this move when he was looking at this variation a bit from a distance, because bishop g5, initially when I saw rook h7 I was like, no, this shouldn't be working. But when I saw king f7 after knight f6 check, then I realized, oh, okay, so this is actually quite strong. So rook h7 is the move I do.
Yeah, I like this move. You know me. Whenever I get my pieces attacked, I'd like to find the counter attack. So yes, rook h7. So there's nothing much change after rook takes e6, right? I mean, eventually white will lose a piece then.
Yes, exactly.
I mean,
so after rook e6 check, there's king to d7.
yeah, and after knight f6, then king takes e6, knight takes h7, and I think you can use the time to play a5 or even knight takes c3. Yeah, I like it too. Yeah, grab all the pawns possible, because the knight on h7 still cannot go anywhere. It can only go to e7, where upon after that there is bishop e7.
Yes, absolutely. So this would just go into a losing position. So yeah, bishop g5, I guess black will play rook h7, I think, because it's not so difficult to calculate. And then let's see how white tries to resist in this position.
Or maybe after rook h7, knight f6, king f7, can I play rook g8?
I mean, you can just take one move to escape the rook trade, but
then
only
bishop
for one
e7.
move.
Oh no, rook.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I mean,
still,
bishop e7 is also possible, by the way, because knight into h7, there's king to g8. But I think rook g7 is maybe simpler.
yeah, rook g7 takes knight e8. I think you don't have to worry about this trade, right?
Yeah, this trade I don't mind, because the a pawn is alive and black should be able to easily roll it.
Oh, actually, king g7 might be a bit more accurate after knight e8 instead of king f7, king g6, because then in the resulting position you're attacking both e4 and g5.
Yes, but white could insert c4 here. But like you pointed out, yes, of course, black can just simply play knight c7, covering the e8 square. But apart from that, you don't have to worry about it.
King g6 is there too.
Yeah, because king g6 is there after
Also,
knight
knight d4 is fine because you have knight f3. But yeah, which one is the most accurate in this one?
True. Absolutely. I think both work.
Both work,
perfectly
yeah.
fine.
So he still hasn't moved it. Yeah, rook h7 is actually very obvious, but this is Karthikeyan style. He will take his time, making sure that nothing is going to happen after rook h7. If anything happens, it has to be on his favor.
Absolutely. He calculates well. He sees things nicely, and after rook h7, how else can white keep the game going? Can you do knight to g3 instead? But then just king d7 now, yeah.
Yeah, now just king d7, and you still have this attack on c3. Okay, knight e2. Let's say if knight e2, just roll the pawn a5.
Yeah, just roll the pawn, exactly. Just roll the pawn, and I think we can, yeah. After a5, it shouldn't really be a problem for black.
There's bishop e3 still attacking b6, and okay, I can play bishop c7, but is a4 that bad? Just to
No, I don't think a4 is bad at all. In fact, this would be my first instinct, because this a pawn, when it starts rolling, it's very hard to stop. The rook on g6 has no passageway
Yep.
to be able to stop the pawn. The knight has historically always been weak against the rook pawn, and the bishop's passage towards controlling a1 is also blocked. So, due to circumstances, all of white's pieces, they're all badly equipped to stop this dangerous a pawn.
Yeah, I think it's also why, I mean, black is better, of course. Part of the reason is because Karthikeyan is using his own king as the extra piece as well. That could be both a defender piece or also an attacking piece, because it can potentially go forward to the center of the board attacking other pawns. But for the time being, it is safe by itself on e8 and potentially just protecting the pawn on e6. And yeah, I just like the flexibility of the black's king in this position.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing. Like, when I was looking at this position with rook e7, I'm sorry. Yeah, actually, Karthikeyan was repeating from this point onwards. He seems to be close towards making a move. So there we have it. There we have rook h7 from Karthikeyan. He's made the move, and Idani goes for bishop to h6, blocking the attack on the h5 knight and threatening knight to f6 check. But now black can go king to f7, attack the rook, and now after rook f6 check, he can just go king to e7. And now if white insists with rook g6, there's no threat, so he can just take knight into c3. So knight f6 check is pretty much one move threat, which black can easily neutralize with king f7 and king e7. The added problem for white, which also compounds things for him, is that the pieces which are uncoordinated are also in the way of each other. But he's going towards something else, no?
He
sees that knight f6 check is not even a threat
because of king f7. He plays knight c7, I guess. Or am I wrong?
I think you're right. It's like knight f6 check is not even a threat because I have just king f7. And meanwhile, he keeps the rook on h7. He keeps everything status quo. And Irene, I think he's actually finishing him off, yeah? Because his next move is bishop e7 and then king to f7. Next two moves. So it seems like he's going close to finishing him off in clinical fashion. He's just, wow. Knight c7 is such an efficient move. The white's pieces are just trapped, literally. If you move this knight, let's say knight f6 check, there is king f7. So that's the most basic variation. Next, let's look at the other way the knight can go, knight to g3. This also allows king f7 and there is no rook f6 check for white. So the rook, which is defending the h6 bishop, has to move away from the 6th rank and white loses the piece on the next move. So both the moves, knight f6, knight g3, not possible. Knight g7 check also pretty much suffers the same fate after king f7. So all the knight moves are not possible. The bishop simply can't move anywhere because the knight hangs. So it only leaves the rook, which if it goes to f6, black will play just bishop e7. So next two moves, bishop e7, king f7, after which white's position is, it's impossible to save. The pieces are all entangled He plays the king to f1,
Oh, king f1.
and now bishop e7.
Yeah, bishop e7 should be the move, and then king f7. Actually, I thought this game would be taking quite long. I mean, it's been long already, but I thought it's going to be longer. But I think Idani was just, he feels like, okay, I'm done with this. Let's just play all these moves that looks like attacking, but if Karthikeyan finds all the defense, then it's gonna be over very soon. So yeah, I really like this defensive idea. To be honest, I was a bit skeptical when Karthikeyan played knight c7 because it feels like, why are you playing such a passive move? But I just didn't see his idea behind it, that he just wants to trap all these three pieces of white on g6, h6, and h5, and somehow creating a net where they cannot move without giving at least one up.
Yeah, there he goes. Bishop to e7. White can still try and resist with rook to f6 just for one move. I'm not sure if it's such a bad thing to even take this rook, because after knight into h7, king g6, black does get the piece back, but maybe this is not wise because white will get the e5 pawn back, and this can lead him to be able to defend this position. So rook to f6, and but black can just maybe ignore this and play a5, yeah? Start
Yeah.
pushing.
Yeah, I was about to mention about a5 because it looks like even after rook f6, white is not solving his problem, and we can just ignore it because there is nothing that white can do after a5.
Yeah, but after a5, I think he starts bringing his king, and the king is within the square. So that's exactly why he played the king to f1 on the previous move. So after bishop e7, he obviously saw black's idea. He will play the rook to f6 now, and after a5, he brings the king in and continues to keep resisting, and he will keep resisting as long as there is the smallest semblance of hope in the position.
Yeah, but eventually I think white will run out of all the tempi, yeah?
Kind of. I mean, white should, but then how do you make progress as black after rook f6?
Okay. What if I just play rook h8?
Yeah, like then also okay. Then you're threatening bishop into f6, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if I play, but now I can play rook to g6 because king f7 there is rook g7 check.
That's true. Then maybe I have to play rook h7 back.
Yeah, and then I come
Yeah.
rook f6.
Yeah. So I have to come up with some concrete plan on the queen side then, how to use all these pawns.
True. But yeah, I mean, it was such a clinical idea by Karthikeyan to play, the bishop to e7. But it's still not game over for Idani yet. If he finds rook, but I have a feeling that he must have calculated rook f6 because otherwise king f1 wouldn't make sense.
We have some moves already on the board, and it will come soon on our computer.
Yeah, I think it should be rook f6.
Yeah,
It's
I
not?
think so then. I have no clue yet.
F4.
Ooh,
He played f4. F4 was, I think, one of the other ways of defending against this idea, because now with knight into f4, the g6 rook is defended, and after king f7, you can play bishop to g5 to extricate your pieces out from this messy situations. But this also keeps the game going, I think.
That's true, yeah. But he took the pawn with the bishop
Okay.
because the knight on c7 is hanging.
Right. This is another possibility, but now if knight to b5, I think this is not the best defense actually.
Yeah, and now both c3 and h5 are hanging, yeah?
Yeah.
That's true. So if I play knight g3, you take the pawn on c3?
I think first I play king f7.
King f7 first, yeah? You protect e6 pawn.
Yeah.
Or in that position, you can actually play rook f7.
Oh yeah, rook f7 is even stronger. It's actually game over. You lose a piece.
Yeah.
So rook f7 is winning, and therefore After knight b5 here, what else can you can play c4, attacking the knight, but I can keep attacking the pawn with knight a3. Same idea, yeah. Knight g3. My idea is rook f7, not to take the pawn. So, and if knight f6 check, then there's king f7, and if not, yeah.
No, I like taking it. Knight f7 take. Rook
Yeah,
takes
that-
rook f7.
Sorry, when?
Oh no, there's rook e6. Sorry. But that doesn't work actually. No, here just take. Bishop takes f6, rook takes f6, rook f7,
Okay.
rook e6. Then just
Yeah,
play
yeah.
whatever.
This also works.
Yeah, and then king f8. I think this is fine. No, king f8. Not giving any check. This is also fine. King e7.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So everything seems to be working here.
Yeah, but oh, knight b5 is already on the board. Yes. So now it's the moment of truth for
Yeah.
Idani. Which one that he will play? Knight f6 is there, c4, but none of these candidate moves could preserve the game for him.
Absolutely. Bishop at f4 was perhaps the final nail in the coffin for Idani in this game.
Yeah, even if the knight moves anywhere, there's always going to be
Rook f7.
rook f7, for example. It doesn't matter where the knight moves, yeah? Knight f6, takes and rook f7. Knight g3, there's also rook f7. Unless you play knight g7, then king f7. So your next move, it's always involving around the f7 square.
Yeah. True.
And he did knight g3.
So now I think after rook f7 he has to resign.
Yeah, rook f7, you can only save it by like knight e2, and then there's e5, and you can say goodbye to your bishop on f4.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook f7 is on the board. And yeah, this is
And there's a resignation.
There's a resignation, and therefore we officially have two leaders going to the next round with 4.5 points out of 5. It's Sargsyan San from Armenia and Karthikeyan Murali from India. Such a nice game by Karthikeyan.
Absolutely. Such a brilliant game, and his finish was also superb, efficient, and powerful. And with this win, I think they set up a match against each other in round 6. Karthikeyan will take the white pieces,
Yes.
and Shan Sargsyan will take the black pieces.
Yeah. Today, I'm so happy with the quality of the games. They're so interesting. They're very instructive. I almost didn't see any, like big blunders or anything like that. The quality is just very high, and it can be a tool of learning for everyone. And
Absolutely.
the opening choice as well. I think I like the play by Arjun Erigaisi versus Surya Ganguly. Yeah, and also the tactical blow in the game of Artemiev that you just showed us. Yes, and then also the flow of the game of Sargsyan versus Naidic was also very peaceful, but it's ensuring white to win the game till the end.
That was one of my favorite games so far in this tournament.
Yeah. It's going to be hard for us now to choose which one is game of the day, because just judging from the top 10 boards, it's already like a few candidates there. Let alone the lower boards, we have also to check them out and then to also see which one is the move of the day. And then, well, Srinath, what a day we have again today.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It was such a fun-filled day and such beautiful games. I just loved this day today.
Yeah. And thank you for all the great insight. I have seen so many comments from our viewers that, you're giving a masterclass practically.
Thank you, Irene. But I think it's for both of us. You come up with a lot of fantastic insights yourself, and I switch to you like how people switch on Stockfish in all the positions where there's a direct winning attack, and you just finish those games off.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I hope I can keep it up for the remaining 4 rounds. And for the viewers, thank you so much for watching. Tomorrow, we have a rest day. So there's no there is no games, but we will come back on the day after tomorrow exactly at 4 p.m. local time. So stay tuned because we have two leaders in this Qatar Masters Open and they're going to face against each other. And well, thank you again for my media team, my excellent media team, Kathy Sachalashvili, Angelica Volkova, and the Lichess production team. And also, I would like to mention the people behind the DGT board, Srinath, Ufuk, and Majid as well. Thank you so much. We'll be back the day after tomorrow. Don't forget to tune in on Lichess YouTube and Twitch, and also Qatar Chess Association YouTube. Thank you so much once again. Have a good evening, everyone. Bye for now.
Qatar Masters 2024 is the most important event for the FIDE circuit because 2 out of top 3 players of the ranking are taking part this year. The FIDE circuit is a ranking system that tracks the performance of chess players throughout the calendar year in top-rated tournaments approved by FIDE. Players earn points based on their results in these events, with stronger tournaments awarding more points.
If we look at it from a player's perspective, for any player, they can have a maximum of 7 events which forms their scores in the FIDE circuit. Their best 7 scores basically. Someone can play like, let's say 15 tournaments or 20 tournaments in a year, but their best 7 tournaments are taken, and the person who has the maximum score in 2024 will have one of the spots in the candidates. And out of these 7 events, you can have 1 event which is rapid and blitz. So basically your best rapid or blitz event. And 2 out of 7 needs to have at least 50 players.
At the same time, Fabiano Caruana, who is just under 1 point behind of Arjun Erikaisi, is crushing the St. Louis Masters, which motivates Arjun and Noderbeck to fight for the top places, since the winner of the Qatar Masters 2024 is going to get 23 FIDE circuit points.
Just Arjun's decision to even play here is partly influenced by qualifying in the FIDE circuit. Initially, he was looking forward to a long break between his last tournament and the World Rapid and Blitz, but now he sees that he has a chance to qualify through the FIDE circuit, and that's already influencing and creating some pressure. And apart from that, when you have something at stake, it always plays a role, either subconsciously or consciously.
Who will increase their chance in winning the FIDE circuit? Will it be Arjun or Noderbeck? Follow Qatar Masters 2024 to find out.
أنا جعت. إيش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
دم. يلا على قطر.
أسرع على هواك يا نواف. رد يا أبو نسب.
صوت العيال
معانا هنا. اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي الأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز.